Our board meeting will begin in 1 minute. The August 4th State Board meeting will come to order. Good morning, and welcome to the August 4th, 2023 State Board of Education meeting. Board members, please engage your microphones before speaking and make sure that you turn them off when you have finished speaking. Please note that board members may be using their devices or laptop computers to access the agenda and information related to this meeting. Live streaming is available through the State Board of Education website. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Patsy Kojons.
Here.
Lisa Fricke.
Here.
Patty Goebel.
Here.
Jacqueline Morrison.
Here.
Kirk Penner.
Here.
Sherry Jones.
Here.
Elizabeth Tegmeyer.
Here.
Deborah Neary.
Here. Here.
Commissioner Maher.
Here.
All present.
There are 8 members present. Quorum is established. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Information regarding the Open Meetings Act is posted as you enter the room from the main entrance doors. The Open Meetings Act is also posted on the State Board of Education's website. We are at agenda item 2.1. NDE staff member Katie Graham, please make your way to the front of the room for recognition of the Career and Technical Student Organization National Officer. Welcome,
Good morning, thank you. Very excited to be here today to introduce you to we were hoping for two incredible students who have been recognized nationally and are now national leaders representing Nebraska in their respective organizations. This morning we have Milan Aranda, who was recently selected to be the president of Educators Rising for the United States. So we're excited for her to share some remarks with you today. We were also very excited to introduce you to Leonardo Luna Duran, who was elected as the Vice President of Finance nationally for FCCLA. Had a little car trouble on the way here, so unfortunately he won't be here this morning, but I believe Milan has some information to share about his journey as well. So I can't wait to introduce Milan. She was actually here last year. You might remember her, and she was the state president, I believe, at the time, and now she is serving Educators Rising, which is the organization to help recruit and prepare future teachers and educators. So I will turn it over to her, but thank you so much for this recognition and allowing us to share this with you.
Hello, my name's Milan Aranda. Thank you so much for having me. I recently just graduated from Burke High School, so now I'm going to Northwest Missouri State in Maryville, Missouri. My plan is to major in elementary education and special education. I was state president for the 2022-2023 school year, and it really helped me develop leadership skills, and I think I've really improved on my public speaking since being there too. I've been at Educators Rising since my freshman year in high school, so about 5 years now. It's helped me get hands-on experience in the classroom, as the teachers I've worked with felt really good having me work with their students because I'm in Educators Rising. I've also just learned a lot and helped me realize that teaching is my passion from going to different conferences and hearing different speakers. It's really made me excited to have my own classroom and be a speaker at a conference someday. As a national officer, I'm going to be going to different conferences, such as in October, I'm going to the AAEE conference, which is the American Association for Employment and Education in Chicago. And as a national officer, I'll also be advocating for student voices and giving the chance for students to explore the teaching profession. And with the other officers in June, I will be planning our national conference in DC. So I'm really excited. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much for being here. Are there any questions? Questions or comments? Patsy?
What's your area of interest?
I really wanted to do third grade, but this year I was like a volunteer in a kindergarten classroom, and I really loved working with the kindergartners, actually. It was so fun, so I'm thinking I want to do kindergarten now.
Well, we're happy to have you seeking a profession in education. We need you.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
Milan, from your perspective as a high school student, what do you think needs to be done to inspire more high schoolers to go into education?
I think for me personally is I didn't really know about anything until I was in Educators Rising. So just to like have students know that there are opportunities and like you can do anything you want, just because also as a person of color, I've never had a teacher of color except for when I got into my junior year of high school. So that also kind of made me like, can I really do this if I don't? I guess so just making sure students know that they can do like anything they want and just always encouraging them. Yeah. Oh, there's so many. I think one of my biggest inspirations was my dad also, because he was a teacher and then he was a principal, and just like seeing how his students talk to him, and like we'll go out now and like his past students will like still come up to him and remember him. So it was like I want to like make an impact like that he did on his students. And also my 8th grade language arts teacher and my child development teacher freshman year, they were just amazing, and they like let me stay in their classroom and like always offered advice, and they were just always there for me, and like encouraged me and told me I could do like anything I ever wanted to. So Miss Bales and Mrs. Burton were probably also my biggest inspirations. I did. I was really fortunate.
I was wondering how many educator rising organizations are throughout the state? And I'll sort of close with, as you know, our state board is very concerned about addressing the teacher shortage, and it sounds to me like this CTO is very important in helping you. So how many do we have in the state currently, and what can we do to help promote the CTO to other schools that don't have them?
I think we have like 30 schools. 30 schools. And I think just like, I think getting the word out is really important. So like, I love coming to speak with people so that everyone's more educated about it. And maybe just, I don't know, we've grown a lot. Like this last year was like one of our biggest state conferences. So we're expecting a lot more people this year. So I don't really know actually what, I don't know, sometimes like space is an issue or like funding always, but I think also just one of the most important things is just getting the word out so people know about it.
Lon, thank you very much. Thank you for representing Nebraska so well and representing Nebraska at the national level. That's really exciting.
Thanks so much for having me, guys.
Agenda item 2.2, this is another special presentation. NDE staff member Amy Rohn is making it to the front of the room, along with the superintendent of NCEC BVI, Tanya Armstrong.
Turn that on. Okay, good morning. So I'm Amy Rohn. I am the Administrator and State Director of the Office of Special Education at the Nebraska Department of Education. I think you all know me. I'm going to do the introduction and give you a little background. So pursuant to Nebraska Revised State Statute 7911-109, the State Department of Education shall have oversight and general control of the Nebraska Center for the Education of Children who are Blind or Visually Impaired, also known as NCEC BVI. We would do a chant later, but we don't have enough time. This was formerly the Nebraska School for the Visually Handicapped. The department may contract with a school district, an educational service unit, or a public institution, city, county, or state government to operate the center. The department may use, lease, or otherwise contract the use of property and facilities formerly controlled by the Nebraska School for the Visually Handicapped for services of the center. The NDE chooses through a multiple procurement process to contract with the Educational Service Unit number 4 to operate the center and provide both residential services as well as the educational programming. Through this contract, the center serves children from infancies to age 21. NCEC BVI's program offers the expertise and specialized skills of the center's staff to blind, visually impaired, and multi-handicapped children and students and staff in the residential, day, and outreach settings. So it is my great pleasure to continue this conversation by introducing you to Dr. Tanya Armstrong, the superintendent of the Nebraska Center for the Education of the Children who are Blind or Visually Impaired, to you today, who will be able to share with you the story of the center as well as what we do in Nebraska to provide the very important supports to infants, toddlers, students, families, and educators in this very important area.
All right. Thank you, Amy, and thank you for having me here this morning. This is a great opportunity to talk about NCEC BVI. I'm going to say if our slides are working. Maybe. There we go. We were just at the bottom. We'll go back to the top. There we go. So you can go to the next slide, please. So I do like to start with this slide, and a lot of what is on here I don't need to read to you because it's a lot of what Amy just shared with you, but I want you to pay attention to the wheel, if you would, or affectionately we call our wheel of services and all of the different spokes. And those are the different areas that we provide programs and services for across the state of Nebraska. And so you'll see that there is consultation, assessment, and evaluation services. We've got the Nebraska Instructional Resource Center. We have our center-based program, our student and family programs, and we offer a lot of professional development for our teachers of the blind and visually impaired across the state. Next slide. Maybe. There we go. So I wanted to show you just a welcome to our campus, virtually, of course, but we are located in Nebraska City on a beautiful, large campus, and that's the entrance to our building. Next slide. This is an important slide because people often say, so what do you offer through your program that maybe is unique compared to our local district? And of course, we address students' needs in the core curriculum, math, English, language arts, and science and social studies. But for students who are blind or visually impaired, unlike those of us with normal sight who just kind of oversee and take things in naturally through what we learn in our environment through our sight, we have to purposely teach these skills to our students with visual impairments. So you'll see those 9 areas of what we call the expanded core curriculum, and this is something nationally that students who are blind or visually impaired are taught through not only Schools for the Blind, but in their local school districts as well, each of those areas. Next slide. Again, just a few pictures to show you our campus. It will soon be fall and the leaves will be falling. We have lots of trees, of course, located in Nebraska City. We have a beautiful sensory garden where the students and staff like to hang out. We have a pond and a bridge and special swings. And of course, sensory education is a huge part of what we do for our students. Next slide. Like most schools, we have a very large library, a large collection of books, and I was actually going to, Amy, if you don't mind handing these out, I think it's always nice to bring a couple samples of how our library probably looks a little bit different from those in other schools. So of course we have a variety of books and educational materials, but we have large prints, we have a lot of books in Braille, of course, for our students who are totally blind, and then my favorite, and I think it's over on this side of the room, those books are called Twin Vision. So if you will kind of thumb through that when that comes around. I love these because they're commercially available books that you would purchase at any local bookstore, but they have a Braille overlay on them so that if you are a parent, a grandparent, a sibling, a peer in the classroom, and you want to read a book along with that student, but you don't know Braille, this is an opportunity to really do that together and really include that student in the general curriculum. Next slide. So we have a lot of technology needs for our students, and this first slide addresses technology specific to our students who are totally blind and are Braille users. So on the left, that is called a Perkins Brailler, and that, the closest analogy I can give is a good old manual typewriter. But you'll notice there's just 6 keys, and then of course a space bar in the middle, and that is because the Braille is a 6-cell code, and so students actually type on that manual Perkins Braille writer to write, to do a lot of their writing for the classes. On the right side is just an electronic version of a Braille writer. That one in particular is called a Braille Note Touch, and it works very similar to, it's kind of a combination of a typewriter and a laptop computer, so students can not only produce Braille, but they can read Braille on that device as well. Next slide. And then not to leave out the students. I think typically when people think of serving students with a visual impairment, they tend to think totally blind and Braille users, but the majority of students, or a larger majority of students statewide, have low vision needs. So they still have some degree of usable vision, it's just compromised in some way. So we have a lot of technology that's available for our low vision students as well. On the left, that's an iPad, and I love that because that's something you and I have. We have smartphones. We teach students how to use smartphones who are low vision users as well, and just like the rest of us. And on the right side is a fairly typical desktop computer that you would find in any classroom or office building, and the difference being the keyboard. And so that is a keyboard specially made for contrast, because black is always a nice background for students with a visual impairment, because what's ever presented on top of the black background is just easier to see by visual contrast. So that particular keyboard, you'll notice, has not only larger keys, but yellow keys that are easier to see, along with the large letters on top. Next slide. This is maybe kind of a different slide to put in here, but I love talking about why we have room identifiers, or what we would call just kind of a plate, a nameplate identifying what classroom you're walking into. Throughout our building, you will see these. And the reason these are important is because it addresses not only students, but also visitors, parents who have multiple needs for their reading media. So you'll notice right in the middle we have large print, so we know that we're going into the library in room 122. And it's hard to see on the slide, but right below that we have Braille on there so now we have a large print, we have Braille. On the bottom, because this is the library, we have a tactile object, so we have a very small board book that we have for students, and these are maybe for students who are non-readers. We have a number of students with multiple disabilities who also have a vision impairment as one of their disabilities, and so this allows them to know without reading the text or reading the Braille that they're entering the library. And finally, on the top, that's a mini switch that's on there, and if you press the switch, of course, you get the auditory feedback that says library, so that you know what room you're in. So lots of different mediums for our students. Next slide. Of course, special education in general is specialized instruction, but since we're talking about students who are blind or visually impaired, this is just a couple examples of tasks and background and some instructional aids that you might see in our school. On the left, we have a work box, a work task for some of our students. Those tiny white boxes are on Velcro on that board, and a student would take one of those boxes off and put it in the large yellow box on the right, and that's for teaching students with multiple disabilities how to complete a work task. So they get that sensation of, first and next, and so that would be an example of one of our work skills. On the right, that is actually a movable table. It goes up and down for a student who uses a wheelchair. And again, that black background where the teacher is able to present whatever that task is for that student right in front of them, so that the contrast is easier for the low vision student. Next slide. And just some more pictures of our classrooms. It's fun to show off classrooms. A lot of what you'll see when you walk in our building looks like a pretty typical classroom, It's fun, it's colorful, there's lots of things going on, students are engaged. So we have, again, a lot of technology, a lot of manipulatives. On the right side, that's an example of a tactile schedule for a student. So again, a student who maybe is not a sophisticated reader, but they use more tactile graphics or symbols, and they're able to pull those off as the day goes on, so they know what's happening in their schedule. And then on the table, you'll see right in front there's a flag and then a book. It's kind of hard to see on the bottom of the slide, but it says now and next. And so the student knows that right now we're going to say the pledge, And next, we're going to be reading a book. So it's, again, for a student who may not be a reader, they're able to know what their schedule is. Next slide. We do have students, one of the options is for students to be in a residential program, and that kind of sets us apart from some other programs. It is something that we offer to students that come in on Sunday nights if they choose, or early Monday morning to school, and then they stay throughout the week. All of our students go home on Friday afternoons. And the residential program, that's another presentation in and of itself. There's a lot to say about that. But in general, it's an extension of a student's school day. So the instruction continues up in the dorm. We really focus on independent living skills, recreation and leisure activities. You know, it's a lot to teach a student. How do you keep yourself occupied? And then also, what are the tasks to keep your room clean and get yourself ready each and every day for school or for work? We go out in the community. We have guests come in to speak with us. Students have their own dorm room and restroom, and that's a gathering area on the right side, kind of a living room, so they have some time to socialize in the evenings as well. Next slide. And I love to brag about our Nebraska Instructional Resource Center, affectionately known as NERC. And you'll see the logo for the American Printing House for the Blind there on the right. Great, great partners with us, as well as nationwide. The American Printing House for the Blind supplies resources to all of the states in the United States at no cost. And that's huge. A huge cost savings to local districts to have these resources, but we house literally thousands of objects, books, educational materials, games, different kinds of paper. You name it, it's downstairs in NERC. We just happen to house that program in our building. And so schools will contact us. They have to register their students annually, so we have that count and that list of students and who their teachers are, and then they contact us and say, hey, we have a student who will be taking so and such a class, and this is the textbook that's required of that class. Can you get that for us in Braille or in large print? If we have it on the shelf, which a lot of times we do, then we send that right out to the local district. If not, we're very connected with all of the other states. We all play nice with each other, and we have a national listserv, and if we don't have the book, maybe someone in another state does, we're able to borrow it, and we do the same. We reciprocate that. If we have something on our shelves that another state, another student in another state needs, then we'll send it out to them. So NERC is a wonderful, wonderful place to visit. If you ever come to visit our campus, and I hope that you do, we'll be sure to take you through the Instructional Resource Center as well. And I think that concludes, that's the really quick version of who we are and what we do. So, any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. Questions or comments? Lisa?
I visited your school and had a wonderful time. Actually, my husband came with me, and we were both very impressed. And a couple things I wrote down that I wanted to share with all of you. When you walk in the building, it's very welcoming. And as you tour the building, there's artwork and other things that the students have created. And at one moment during the tour, a student came out, and he's the weatherman. Was it Joe?
Joseph.
Yeah, Joseph. And so it's amazing. He's the guy that keeps track of what's going on with the weather. He goes outside. He has certain things that he does and that he shares. And also in the gym-like area, there was a parent-student engagement going on. And so that was kind of impressive. And just the friendly, caring environment of every single person in that building that we encountered was amazing. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you. It is a very special place to be, and our staff, they're just outstanding. These are very caring people that would just, we when we're giving tours to school districts or parents, we always say, this is the home away from home. And it really is. When you think about that, if a student comes in on Sunday evening and they don't go home till Friday night, we assume a parental role in that case. You know, we're helping them get ready for school, and we're helping them, you know, learn dining skills and appropriate conversations in different situations. Just, you know, from A to Z, we address all of those needs with students, and the staff are just, yeah, they're incredible. It's an incredible place to be. Thank you, Lisa.
Dr. Armstrong, I'm curious to know how many are in your residential program?
So we typically have between 10 to 15 students in our residential program, about 15 to 20 students usually on campus. And then statewide, we serve about 800 kids. And that varies from year to year, but again, we do like a census as part of a requirement federally for that federal quota program through the American Printing House for the Blind. And all of those materials that we have available downstairs, we will send out to those 800-ish, kind of varies throughout the year. But yeah, we really serve several hundred students every year.
I was curious how, if your staffing needs are met for this upcoming school year. And then also along with that, are there any specific requirements beyond a special education degree for your staff?
Great questions. So for staffing, not completely. We're working on it just like everybody else is right now. As we all know, it's getting more and more difficult every year to fill those vacancies. And so we still have an open position for another teacher. And right now, we still have a need to hire in our residential program. Those are just some more difficult, typically more difficult shifts to staff because of the evening and overnight hours. We have staff that are awake all night long, so somebody's always awake in there for student safety needs. But we've been fortunate. We have a lot of longevity on our staff. People come and people stay. They love it there. And so while there's always a few vacancies here and there to fill, the longevity of staff, I think, speaks to the culture and the caring nature of who we are and what we do. As far as the requirements for a teacher who is working with students who are blind or visually impaired, the special education piece, of course, but then we do have an endorsement in the area of blind and visually impaired. And so we work very closely with the University of Nebraska Lincoln, and they have programs now for both teachers of the visually impaired, excuse me, as well as certified orientation and mobility specialists. And so that great collaboration, we will help, we get students to our campus early on in their program. We help provide hours for them ourselves, or we will help local districts and connect them with people in neighboring school districts and ESUs. And so it's a low incidence field, and so you know, just something that we continue to really educate people about. Yeah.
I just want to say thank you. Mind blown. I mean, this is just so inspiring and a great way to start our meeting. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
And it just, you know, we say all means all, that we care about every student, and it's like, wow, this just shows the lengths that we go to make sure that every student has a chance for success. I am so inspired and had no idea that we had a residence, you know, program, and oh my gosh. So my question is this all federally funded? No, this is, where's the funding and how does it kind of, and I don't need the Bryce kind of answer. Yeah. That's a compliment, Bryce. Just like, this percentage is,
Yeah, the
okay.
federal government actually requires that each state have a state allocation. So we have a contract with
Okay.
Issue 4 that serves to provide both state funding, and then that obviously isn't enough. And so federal funds from IDEA through the Office of Special Education go, and you'll actually get to hear about a couple of those grants today as they are on your agenda. But ultimately, what funding is provided is through state funding, federal funding, and then we also have some different trust funds that are used for building and maintenance support, as well as special projects as people leave funding to support that. The pictures that you saw, if you do tour in any time in probably the next 3 years, you'll need a hard hat because the building is quite old, and we are in the process of doing quite a bit of renovations. And so we've dipped into more of our trust funds than we have in the past. And so we're always generously asking for support in different areas.
Thank you. And then my second, is that right? When we report on, and I don't like this term, but the subgroup data for our federal requirements, our ESSA requirements, is blind and visually impaired its own subgroup, or is it part of a larger?
It is both.
Okay.
It is part of the total aggregate of students with disabilities that we report, as well as we report out on blind and visually impaired, so the VI requirement, as well as multiple disabilities. Because the residential side, I don't think we have a student who is just blind in our residential program. And then ultimately, that spans throughout the state in our different programs that we support through outreach as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Patsy, go ahead.
Mic on since I'm not doing that today. I just wanted to give you a personal thank you. A member of my family has been a recipient of your school, and it changed her life from the moment she walked in, and now she's living on her own and being very, very successful. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much, and tell your people that are working for you too.
I absolutely will, and thank you so much. I love hearing that. That's our goal, to promote as much independence as possible. So thank you.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be very difficult for her, but you guys made it right away. You welcomed her in, and yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's over there. We're at agenda item 3. The next item of business is the Commissioner's report. Commissioner Maher, please provide your report.
Well, thank you. There are currently no items that have been identified to be removed from the consent agenda. If board members wish to remove additional items, or if you wish to remove items from the consent agenda, please fill out the form at this time. Any items that are removed from the consent agenda will be taken up under additional business. Now for the report. As I round out my first month and begin my second month in office, I'm excited for the first commissioner's report to the board. And I would start by saying thank you, and thank you for the trust that you've put in me to carry out this position and to do the meaningful work of the Department of Education. I'll center my report on the 5 areas that you've outlined as expectations for me in the coming year, or in the coming 8 months, as it were. First of all, to evaluate the status of statewide assessment. In this area, I've appreciated the context that was already set up by Drs. Trudy Clark and Dr. Deb Friesen to ensure that I've been brought up to speed on past and pressing issues pertaining to statewide assessment. I have a lot to learn in the area yet, but I've also begun to unearth what I think are some potential opportunities for improvement to the system. NDE convened stakeholders toward the end of July to consider adjustments to the state's proficiency cut scores. You'll hear more about this and consider a decision on that matter later in this meeting here today. And while not directly related to assessment, but on a similar note, our team is hard at work on addressing several concerns in accountability, and they include removing pre-K from the chronic absenteeism calculations, an issue that is already being addressed by our staff, but an issue that I have heard from already in my brief period of time just by talking to superintendents in the field. Also, implementing the decision you made in May to use the 22-23 school year as a baseline for discipline data going forward. We'll also be creating new baselines for chronic absenteeism for accountability this fall. Those may not sound like big things, but those are really big things, and things that I think will be appreciated by our colleagues with their boots on the ground in our schools. You'll hear a lot more about accountability in the coming weeks. We've also filled out our team in the office with the hiring of Dr. Derek Ippenson as our next Assistant Administrator for Coordinated School and District Support and Director of Accountability. We're going to see if he can master that title just by saying it in his first couple of weeks on the job. And Casey Siebolt as our Assistant Administrator for Statewide Assessment. I have great faith that we'll continue to deliver upon this critical work, and we'll have a report and a recommendation to you by the March 1 deadline that you've laid out for us. The second expectation is to develop an understanding of internal operations. This continues to be a work in progress, and I'm sure will be all year. But I've greatly enjoyed getting settled into my new office, and I've seen an excitement and an energy in our building. Well, I can't quantify any of that. I don't know if it's better or worse or the same. It's a good feeling, so we start from a good spot. I've had several opportunities to meet with staff already, and there are several more opportunities on the books. And we'll continue to gather input and a way forward for our workplace and our expectations. I wish some of the answers for the environment, the work environment, were as easy as yes or no, but quite frankly, they're a little more complicated than that. And I'm glad that you gave me until December to come up with some conclusions in that particular area. Another area of importance in this expectation is around our communication resources. As you know, I testified in front of the Education Committee on Monday of this week regarding multiple topics. And I pledged to the committee that I'd improve on the process our agency has for creating, vetting, and culling resources on our 1,100 web pages and 34 websites. Those numbers should demonstrate that the work won't be done next week, but it is started. Finally, in this area, I note to you that I continue to learn about the ways NDE engages with stakeholders throughout the state. We have many existing advisory groups, and I'm in the process of addressing some gaps when it comes to membership input and informing NDE of what's going on in the field. We must hear the voices of our schools. The third expectation is to review the strategic plan, and I've appreciated many discussions with staff across the agency to learn more about their work as it pertains to the current strategic plan. In case you haven't had a chance to review, and for the public listening in, you can find it at www.nebraskaeducationvision.com. That's nebraskaeducationvision, one word, .com. I'll focus on this specific area in the coming weeks. And in case you're wondering if people are paying attention to what you do as a board, I have had multiple groups reach out to me and tickled that we're doing a new strategic plan and they want to help. That's a little bit of a joke in that there are folks that really want to be paid to help us with the strategic plan. I would remind everybody that I think we have two options when it comes to the strategic plan. One is to, I'll say, blow the dust off of our current strategic plan and breathe new life into it, and that's a viable option. And I think if you review our strategic plan, you would see that as a viable option. And the current strategic plan runs through 2026, so it hasn't come to a natural conclusion yet, unless we determine that it has. And then the second option would be, then we start over. And then the question would be, do we bring in somebody to help us with that or not? But that's having the cart way ahead of the horse on that topic. So we will review the strategic plan and bring a recommendation on it. The fourth expectation is on communication strategies. Our team works hard to communicate with the field. And one opportunity we have is to streamline our processes and develop a consistency for how we communicate. Additionally, I want to ensure that we have avenues for two-way communications with stakeholders, not just providing input, but also listening to input. As I mentioned at Administrator Days, one such strategy to address this need will be the creation of a Superintendent Advisory Committee. And I don't know if it's actually the creation of this committee or actually the revitalization of a committee that used to be in use. Invitations to be on this committee will go out next week. If you have somebody from your particular district that you would like to be a part of that, please let me know, and let me know soon, as really putting the finishing touches on that group. That group will consist of about 30 either superintendents or ESU executive directors. Our Office of Communications, led by David Jesperson, is outstanding. And I mean that, David. As I look through some of our areas of excellence in the department, I really believe that is a particular area of excellence. And I've tasked David in his office in thinking through our new processes for developing and culling our out-of-date resources on the website. I've heard no objections from David or from his group, and I promise you they weren't sitting around waiting for us to come up with something for them to do. They're quite busy, but have taken on this task willingly. The last particular area of expectation is building relationships. So finally, I would report that in this first month, I've put a great emphasis on relationship building. And in addition to the meetings with the many NDE office administrators, I've also had meetings with ESU colleagues, state senators, and other education partners. I'll continue to spend the next several weeks and months cultivating where relationships don't exist, or hopefully strengthening relationships that already do exist. A lot of time, a lot of windshield time in getting out and talking with people, but I think that's time well spent and will pay dividends for years down the road. Administrator Days last week provided me an opportunity to connect and reconnect with colleagues. I can't wait to get into our schools and visit schools this fall. I had just yesterday, Board Member Pinner gave me an opportunity to go to a school in his district, and if any of you have opportunities like that, please let me know, and I'll do my best either to go to an event if I can get my calendar to match up with the event, or at least get to the particular school district in time, if not immediately. I welcome those opportunities from you to visit schools in your district. We've also planned 2 opportunities in August for NDE staff to get to know me, and vice versa, for me to get to know the folks in the building. These events seem rather simple and maybe even trite, but I think it's the intentionality of trying to get to know people in the workforce, or people in the field, or people in the legislative process is that is really crucial. So I look forward to those opportunities as well. That's an update on the expectation. Here's a little bit of an update as I look forward to the next month. I had this word down, and I'm gonna use it because it's true. I'm pumped. I think we're pumped as a department for the start of school. I hope everybody's pumped. I had an opportunity to have dinner last night with 4 of my 9 grandkids, and I can tell you 3 out of those 4 are pumped for the start of school. And that's not a bad percentage when you think about it. I want to let you know in September also we plan to really emphasize attendance and bring further awareness to the chronic absentee issue through a campaign from the Department of Education. The timing is obviously good to emphasize going to school and developing good attendance habits. Our staff will be busy with several initiatives and projects in the coming month. On Monday, we'll be hosting the Teacher Education Forum. We'll be hosting several professional development opportunities, and we'll have continued internal and external conversation on legislative implementation. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Maher. Any comments for the commissioner? Jacqueline.
I have a couple of things. Not too long ago, when we were trying to place where we were, I think we were in our executive meeting about the bylaws, but we received kind of a semi-update about the status of the current building. And I think that's a project that's been going on for an awfully long time. And so I was wondering if you could maybe fill the full board in on where we are with that, and and what we're going to do to try to expedite or make sure that that's moving along and getting done.
Yeah. I can tell you that Brian Halstead and Joel Sherling are probably really wondering what I'm going to say right now. They have been very much on the front lines of getting the building in a position to where we can take full occupancy of the building. I think we're very close, and I would ask that either Brian or Joel come up with your permission to give us an update.
It's your report, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Good morning, Brian Halstead, Deputy Commissioner, Agency Support and Services. The general contractor for the second floor has yet to finish the work on the fire suppression system. Although we've been told that work was going to be done this week, I don't know the status of that at the moment. The contractor on the first floor, south side, is on schedule, and actually our vocational rehabilitation office that was on North 27th Street is going to start occupying that later this month, and it's going to be open right after Labor Day for the public to utilize. There is still some additional equipment that needs to be done for the board meeting room that's located on the south side. So that will take out the rest of the months to get the video, audio equipment and everything else so that the board can start utilizing that in January of next year. And you have on your agenda today to authorize the commissioner to contract to do the north side of the first floor for disability determinations, and that work schedule is estimating completion next March, so that by the time the 24-25 year begins, all of NDE will be in a single facility in Lincoln, Nebraska, instead of 3 separate sites as we used to be. So we're still struggling with the general contractor completing their work for the second floor.
Thank you. I just know that we had a brief conversation, but there was no official report out, and so just wanted the full board to understand what was going on.
Anything else for the commissioner? We have 3 items requested to be removed from the consent agenda: 5.2B, 5.3A, and 5.3E. So those items will be addressed separately under additional business. Next on the agenda, item 4, is the President's report. The National Council for Teacher Quality recently released their results on the 2023 Teacher Prep Review. Their goal with this review was to guarantee that teachers have expertise in reading instruction. To that end, they reviewed the coursework of 700 universities and colleges that offer elementary teacher preparation programs. Those were colleges and universities across the United States. And in doing that review, they were searching for evidence that those teacher prep programs have included comprehensive research-based reading instructional strategies. When they released the results of the review, they indicated that of the 700 universities and colleges with those elementary ed programs, 25% of them had fully implemented, meaning including all 5 components of what we refer to as the science of reading. They graded each college or university on a scale from A to F, and of 9 teacher prep programs in Nebraska who participated, 1 university received the grade of an A. At our June board meeting, we approved potential changes to Rule 20, one of those being the inclusion of the science of reading as an instructional strategy for teacher prep programs. As I sat in on the web conference when NCTQ released the results of their teacher prep work, it struck me how differently state departments of education hold educator preparation programs accountable. And it also brought lots of questions to mind for me. The first question was, how do you guarantee, or how do you best guarantee, that teachers are experts in reading instruction? In a more general way, I started wondering, how do we define accountability in education? And how does that accountability differ from responsibility? I also wondered, how is accountability important to us in the work we do as a governing body that has regulatory responsibilities? And how does accountability apply to us as a board in our work related to procedures, behaviors, and outcomes? Responsibility really is just defined as having a duty for overseeing something, for dealing with something, for accomplishing something, for doing something with a level of quality. If the proposed rule changes to Rule 20 are approved by the governor, then teacher prep programs in Nebraska will be responsible for implementing the science of reading in coursework and activities in teacher prep programs in the state. Accountability is defined as taking ownership for fulfillment of duty or being answerable for results. Accountability is interesting because very often it includes an element of evaluation, right? If the accountability is for production of work that has quality attached to it, then certainly there's an evaluative or judgmental element. And a lot of times with that evaluation, it's not just judgment, but it's also the opportunity for improvement, to provide guidance and direction. In a number of instances, with accountability, there are also sanctions or consequences for not fulfilling duty. If I go back to the web conference, when I listened to some of the State Department of Education representatives who were speaking, one of our neighboring state representatives said that their State Department of Education withholds some funding from teacher prep programs until they have fully implemented the science of reading. Another State Department representative said that their approach is to provide professional development for teacher prep programs, to help those programs be able to implement effectively research-based reading instruction. And that they also then monitor those programs for compliance. So there certainly is a wide divergence in terms of how state departments of education across our country interpret accountability. As State Board Ed members, I think when we think accountability, what's the first thing that comes to mind for you? When I say accountability, what do you think of first? This is a question, you could answer it. When I hear accountability, the first thing I think of, and maybe it's just my background, but I think of statewide assessment and accountability. Okay, Dr. Maher mentioned accountability in his report this morning. And really, accountability is important when it's related to student achievement, right? Schools are held responsible for students achieving academically. We use the NSCAS summative assessment in the spring as an evaluation measure so that we can determine if schools are meeting that accountability. And we publicly provide a report that shows each school, each district, and our state performance in terms of students' academic achievement. That's for accountability. But at the same time, we also provide programs, CSI, TSI, ATSI, to help schools be able to improve so that their students are achieving as much as they possibly can academically. At our June meeting, we approved a position description, essential job functions, and performance indicators for our commissioner. On the agenda today, we have an action item to approve the performance goals with the designated timeframes for Dr. Maher. I'm not sure he's really comfortable with the timeframes we've given him, since he pointed out it's 8 months instead of a year. But I think he's confident that he can do the work that he needs to do within those timeframes. But that's accountability, isn't it? We will have a mid-year assessment, progress assessment for the commissioner. And that's an opportunity for him to provide us with information about how his work is proceeding, but it's also an opportunity for us to provide him with some guidance and direction and support if that's what he needs in order to be successful in reaching the goals that we've established for him. The year-end performance appraisal is the evaluation, right? And we hold our commissioner accountable for accomplishing the work that we believe is important for the state education system in Nebraska. Another example of accountability that comes to mind for me, as a board, we have planning, evaluative, and regulatory responsibilities for education in Nebraska, right? As a board, we also have responsibilities that are outlined for us in our board bylaws and our board operating policies. As an executive committee, we have been wrestling with accountability related to us as a board and as individual board members. You know, really asking ourselves questions is, do we need to have something related to accountability in our bylaws? What would that accountability look like? How does accountability matter? Or do we already have that and we don't need to put it? We're just really wrestling with a lot of different questions related to that kind of accountability. So really, whether we're talking about teacher prep programs, student achievement, commissioner performance, or us in the work we do as a board, it's important whenever we assign responsibility to at least consider accountability, because they go together. It's important for us to think about and incorporate accountability because it matters. Accountability sets an expectation of quality. Accountability enhances operational performance. Accountability, it safeguards resources. Accountability can build trust. It's important in the work that we do that we're accountable to ourselves and that we hold others accountable as well. That concludes the President's report. Questions, discussion? All right. Patsy?
Well, I wanted to respond to your first question. What did I think of? I was thinking, the ticker tape was going across. And I may respond to it differently than some people in this room, because immediately as a teacher, I thought, uh-oh, what will have to change in my classroom? Okay, sure. And will it be clearly defined? And will I be able to accomplish it? And if it's not clearly defined and I am not given professional development enough to be able to do it, then that element of fear goes skyrocketing. And I think it's happened to teachers many times over the years. I can go back and think about when we decided that every classroom would teach writing. And the goals were not clearly defined. And so some teachers followed it, did whatever they could to do it, but it was very difficult because they were not clearly defined. And so I hope that we are considering that as we move forward with the reading accountability, that professional development needs to be clear. What happens in my classroom, whether I'm teaching math or construction or theater, what is it that happens in my classroom?
Thank you. That's a great point. Accountability is at least a two-way street, right? I mean, administrators and superintendents and state board members and staff all have some accountability for the work that they are doing to make sure that teachers have the tools that they need to be successful so that students learn. Great, thanks. Any other discussion? Right, thank you. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Lisa?
I move to adopt the consent agenda with the 3 items that were deleted or requests to be removed, I guess.
Yeah, and I'll just state those, Lisa, so
Yes,
everyone
please.
has them. 5.2.B, 5.3.A, and 5.3.E. And again, those will be addressed separately under additional business. Okay?
Thank you.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I second that.
There's a motion by Lisa, second by Patsy. There is no discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Neary,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes?
Morrison,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas. The affirmative has it. The consent agenda is adopted. We're at agenda item number 6. This is standing committee reports. The first committee report is from the executive committee. As the chair of that committee, I will provide the report. The Executive Committee reports on its special meeting on July 19th and 20th, and its regular meeting yesterday, August 3rd. For board member review, the June committee meeting report is attached in Spark. The special meeting on July 19th and 20th was for the purpose of conducting the review of board policies and bylaws. The committee is continuing to review the existing policies and bylaws and intends to bring recommendations to the board no later than the October 2023 meeting. At the August 3rd meeting, the committee reviewed the proposal from the Nebraska Association of School Boards, NASB, for the Commissioner Appraisal Services. The committee recommends the board approve a contract with NASB. The committee reviewed the draft commissioner goals from the July 7th special board meeting. The committee recommends the board approve the commissioner goals. And obviously, the commissioner is moving ahead with trying to accomplish those goals. The committee continued the discussion of the proposed revisions to the bylaws and policies at yesterday's committee meeting. This concludes the executive committee report. Are there any questions for the related to the executive committee report? All right. Item 6.1.A, is there a motion on that item?
I move to contract with the Nebraska Association of School Boards for Commissioner Appraisal Evaluation Services.
Is there a second to the motion? Okay. It's been moved and seconded to contract with the Nebraska Association of School Boards, NASB, for the Commissioner Appraisal Evaluation Services. Is there any discussion? Elizabeth?
So President Goebbels, I was wondering, was this service engaged in previous years?
No, it was not engaged previously.
So what is the Executive Committee's rationale for the change?
There were a number of things that we considered in making this recommendation. One of them is in past years, there had been some concern from some board members about having the commissioner's appraisal be done in-house. Another thing that we considered is the time and effort that it takes for our staff to conduct the evaluation, and knowing that in that department right now they are shorthanded. So that was another thing that we considered. The conversation really began when I was having on a phone call with Marcia Herring from NASB, just talking to her about some things related to performance evaluations, just kind of conversing generally back and forth. And she mentioned, you know, Patty, we do appraisals for superintendents, and if there's ever a need or interest for you to do a commissioner appraisal, we would certainly like to provide you with a proposal. And at that point, then I took it to the executive committee, and after hearing their proposal, we were impressed with the amount of service and quality of service that they will provide to us as a board, and we're also really pleased and comfortable with the contract amount, because that includes both for the midterm progress report as well as for the end-of-year commissioner appraisal.
Sorry, just have a few questions.
Sure.
So without expounding too much on any personal details, can you share what some of the concerns with the in-house appraisal were from previous years?
As I'm recalling, some of the concerns were that you're putting people in an awkward position if they're asked to evaluate a person who is supervisory of them, right? That was a concern. That was probably the main concern, as I recall.
And that was expressed by staff or board?
By board.
Okay. So, is that all right if I ask a question?
You've asked good questions. Thank you. It makes me now think, will they coordinate our work with the attorney's office? Because that was one of the issues that I think there wasn't any one point person that was coordinating the contract legal considerations in addition to the kind of more evaluation things. And so will they be the ones that interface and help us make sure that we're looking at the whole big picture of this?
They will conduct the performance appraisal. They will not be responsible for negotiation of the contract. That will be on the executive committee and ultimately the board, with our assistance from our attorneys.
Then I guess, oh, sorry, go ahead. I guess then, that's
I'll just say, I just wanted to respond and say I was one of the board members who thought that we should consider outside services. About 2 years ago, I think, I'm losing track of time, but Deborah and I attended a workshop that NASB put on about commissioner appraisals, and I was very impressed with the work that they were doing, as well as their perspective on the commissioner appraisal. I can tell you that as a board member who was not on the executive committee a few years ago, it felt like a lot of that work was happening outside of the full board. And one of the perspectives that NASB has is the appraisal is an appraisal by every board member, and we are all responsible for that. And I thought that was a really good perspective. But beyond that, we kind of have this, I don't want to say faux veil that I thought also happened. So our head of human resources is the person who conducts all of the work for us for the commissioner's appraisal. And so it's kind of, he has to keep that separate from the commissioner, who is also his boss. And so we were asking not only for that information to be aggregated within the department, so our feedback that we're providing on the commissioner is funneling back through the department. They're putting that together, and so again, that process happening by the commissioner's employee, that employee doesn't answer to us, and so they don't have to respond. I mean, they do. I'm not saying they were doing a bad job, but when we think about the delegations of authority and who's responsible to us, they are not. And so by contracting with NASB, they are responsible to the board. And so we know that they are working for the board, and there's no question about who they're working for. The other thing we should note is the tool that we used before is going to be the same tool. And so the software is not changing. And so that'll be consistent among platforms. How we as a board decide to put in goals or things like that, we have some discretion in how we want to do that. But again, the software is consistent, and it's consistent, I think, with a lot of different appraisals. And so we're not really radically changing the system. We're just, to me, changing the accountability, and I think that's important.
So I know that as a person who does not sit on the executive committee, we had a time frame, and there were some steps laid out for the commissioner hiring process, and one of these steps was that all of the questions were going to be sent back out to us for review before commissioner interviews, and that did not happen. And so my question is, what are the avenues for the non-exec committee members to ask questions? Where do we go? I just wanted this all laid out very clearly before we proceed forward.
You saw what will be on the performance appraisal. You approved the position description. That's not on the appraisal, but you approved the essential job functions. You approved the indicators. Those are the things that will show up on the final appraisal. The plan is at our October 6th meeting, we will be talking through the mid-year assessment and kind of working through that. That might be a work session. We haven't quite gotten that far in terms of how we'll approach that. But that's an opportunity for you to be aware of what's coming with that midterm progress evaluation. So certainly you are welcome anytime you have a specific question about that process to communicate with any one of us on the executive committee.
And then,
I'm sorry, I wanted to add too, there is a timeline that Joel Sherling has developed that provides dates, very specific dates for the entire process throughout the year. I have not had an opportunity yet to share that and discuss it with the executive committee. That will be the first step. And then that will also be shared with you as a board so that you have an opportunity to see that timeline. A couple of clarifications too. Jacqueline, you mentioned the work Marcia Herring does. It's superintendent evaluations that they do as opposed to commissioner, just so everybody understands that distinction. And I also need to mention that we will continue working with Joel Sherling from HR. He has been an invaluable resource as we develop the position description, as we identified position indicators and so on. And certainly he will be part of that process for any things that are related to HR, he will be included in that.
so Jacqueline had indicated that in conversation with Marcia, they are functioning and working with the entire board, all 8 members. So are we also able to contact Marcia, or are we to only go through the executive committee?
You would come through the executive committee. I mean, if you have a specific question for Marcia, because if this contract is approved, I will be communicating with Marcia so they can start inputting the data they need to put into Qualtrics for that midterm progress report, because that will be here before you know it, right? And we need to give them ample time to get that input into their system. Then the executive committee will review that, have an opportunity if there are any things in there that we think need to be changed. But I think just to avoid kind of a confusion in terms of communication, I would recommend if you have questions, come to the executive committee.
Okay, I just wanted to just get lots of clarification before proceeding forward.
Sure.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Jacqueline?
I wanted to clarify my statement. I was not saying that she believes she works for all 8 board members. I was saying the philosophy of NASB is that each board member should be equally a part of the commissioner's appraisal. And so I felt comfortable knowing with them as an organization or contracting with them, because I do believe what they bring in terms of their vision as well as how they organize things. They're doing that with the perspective that each board member should be a participant and should have a say in this process.
Yeah, in other words, they will send out, this will be an electronic process, as it has been in the past, and they will be keeping track of who's responded, and they will send reminders to board members who haven't responded. That's a way that they're trying to make sure that everyone is engaged in the process.
So should any variances occur as we go forward on this contract, then we would be notified as a board. So if something would change, or a process or a time frame, the full board would be notified of that change.
The amount of the contract won't change. I'm confident of that. In terms of the specific details, on our timeline currently, we don't have what NASB is doing, and that's something I'll be working with Marcia on. But certainly, yeah, if there are any things that we need to adjust, that we would be communicating that with the board.
Okay, so I'm just basing that on what I see in Spark, the NASB Commissioner Evaluation Handbook and Proposal. So my question is, if should something change, because we're voting on this specific proposal, should something change, that will come before the full board?
I don't see anything changing in the proposal.
Okay.
The way the proposal's written, I don't see anything changing.
But changes cannot be made unless it comes to the full board.
If it's a change in the contract, because we brought this contract to you to approve, if there are changes, then we would certainly bring it back to the board.
Okay.
Not that it's I don't want to get off topic, but how the board handles contracts for services procured for the board is actually an ongoing conversation that the executive board is having, or executive committee, sorry, at work I'm on the executive team, so I don't want you guys to think I'm creating new things, that the executive committee is working on as part of our bylaw review as well as our policy review. We have had conversations at length, and so I think it's a gray area right now, how we do that, and it's something that we're trying to figure out. And so if you have thoughts on how that should happen in the future, I would say definitely give us some of your suggestions, not necessarily on this topic, but we haven't quite got to an answer of what the future looks like, but it is something we're trying to figure out. And I would just say right now, I think it's gray, and we're trying to get a little closer to clarity.
So what I'm trying to clarify is, we are taking a vote on this particular document, and should anything change within this document, I, as a board member, am wondering, will I be notified?
Yes, and I think I answered that if anything in the proposal were to change, it would come back to the board.
Yeah, I just wasn't referring solely to the contract amount, but the details within it. Okay, thank you.
Anything else? All right, we have a motion to contract with the Nebraska Association of School Boards, NASB, for Commissioner Appraisal Evaluation Services. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Co-Johns? Co-Johns? Neary? Yes. Fricky? Fricky?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Morrison?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas. The affirmative has it, and the contract with Nebraska Association of School Boards, NASB, for Commissioner Appraisal Evaluation Services is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.1.b?
Yes, I move to approve the commissioner's goals.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded to approve the commissioner's goals. Is there any discussion? The motion is to approve the commissioner's goals. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Neary? Yes. Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Fricky? Yes. Jones?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes?
Morrison?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
Co-Johns?
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas. The affirmative has it, and the approval of the commissioner's goals is adopted. With this, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. We're now recessed. Please return in 5 minutes. We will come out of recess in 30 seconds.
I assume
Aye.
that proposal includes both the midterm.
It does.
Okay, because I looked at it quick because I didn't
It does.
see that listed there, and I thought, well,
Yeah,
thought
because
that
I
was-
specifically asked Marcia, and she said, oh, yeah, that, because I thought it would be 1,500 for each, and she said, no, that's for
That's
all
pretty
of it.
reasonable, I
That's
think.
really reasonable.
Okay.
Yep. All right, we are back from recess. We're at agenda item 6.2, Budget and Finance Committee. Chair Patsy Kojons. Can you provide a report from the Budget and Finance Committee meeting? Thank you.
Thursday, August 3rd, 2023 meeting. Members present were Patsy Kojons, Elizabeth Techtmeyer, Sherry Jones, and Deborah Neary. I'd like to give them a special thanks. And also Bryce for all the help that he was in the meeting. The committee reviewed the action item to contract with consultant to assist with data sharing requirement for state statute 79-303.01. NDE staff reviewed the agencies involved and the need for this contract and concerns to be addressed by a consultant with the committee. The committee supported bringing this item to the full board. The next item reviewed was to provide funding for NDE's share of the work related to the Nebraska statewide workforce and education reporting system using federal grant funds. This collaboration amongst education entities was created to provide unbiased data on student and work-related outcomes. The committee supported bringing this item to the full board for a vote. The third action item reviewed by the committee was the authorization to contract with the National Center for Grow Your Own to support the implementation of the Nebraska Teacher Apprenticeship Program. Per NDE staff, this contract is to guide implementation of the new program funded by our legislature. The committee recommends bringing this item to the full board. The committee then reviewed the IDEA Part B discretionary funding projects that are designed to provide support for the OSE Regional Secondary Transition Support Projects. The committee recommended bringing this item to the full board. The next two items the committee reviewed were grants to the Nebraska Center for the Education of Children who are blind and visually impaired. These grants are to support blind and visually impaired students across the state. The committee supported bringing both items to the full board. The committee also reviewed contracts for 6 different projects to be funded with the governor's coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds as outlined in statute. The committee supported bringing these items to the full board. The last action item reviewed was a contract for the last phase of the office space at 84th Street for the DDS section. This work will be paid for with federal funds. The committee supported bringing this item to the full board also. Additionally, the committee reviewed the monthly board travel report and in-state authorization, noting no concerns. Lastly, NDE staff reviewed work being done that will result in the action items being brought to the board in the next couple of months. The upcoming items included new grants to ESU for pre-K through second grade professional development, an upcoming RFP, and corresponding contract for family employment awareness, the result of the McKinney-Vento grant applications, and potential deficit budget items to be submitted in October. This concludes the Budget and Finance Committee report. Patsy Kojon's chair. I wanted to note, it was asked a few months ago by the staff that if we could have knowledge sooner about materials coming to us in the future so that we could be prepared to look at them and to discuss them and eventually vote on them. And I think that the staff is doing just exactly what we request, and I would like to thank them for that.
Thank you, Chair Kojans. Are there any questions for the committee chair about any of the items in the report other than those that are on the agenda for action? Okay. Are there any questions on the reports on item 6.2.A? That's the monthly board travel expense reports. Seeing none. Agenda item 6.2.B, is there a motion on that item? That's an agenda item to authorize the commissioner to contract with one or more consultants to assist in the sharing of data required, as required under section 79-303.01.
Phone. We're on 6.2B, right? Okay. I move to authorize the commissioner to contract with one or more consultants to assist in the sharing of data as required under section 79-303.01.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to authorize the commissioner to contract with one or more consultants to assist in the sharing of data as required under section 79-303.01. Is there any discussion on the motion?
I just want to give a big kudos to Kristen Yates for the work that she's done, not just in recent years for NDE, but she's been involved in this data sharing project since her days with the university. And although she did, I have to correct myself, she told me not to use the word sharing, that it's data connecting, that we're not giving away our data to anybody, that we're finding points of contact where we can connect some data so we can do research, so that we can all, have these longitudinal reports and understand the impact of our decisions over the long term so we can better serve the students of Nebraska. And I've been hearing about this idea for more than a decade. And as a matter of fact, when I said that this morning, one of the NDE staff who've been around for a long time said this discussion actually started with Governor Heineman, who was very much in support of this and, wanted to bring these different state entities together so that we could, we're collecting, this is the same data we've been collecting for decades. Each of these state departments is able to use it, for its purpose, but now that we might be able to share it and have these longitudinal studies, it just means so much more. And at the same time, their biggest challenge is protecting the data around each individual person, and that's where they spend all the, a lot of time making sure that we are protecting each individual student at the same time getting this really important data. And so kudos to Kristen and your team and all the staff that have been involved in moving this forward for a very long time, and it's exciting to just be at this point in time. So that's all.
Patsy? If there's no other discussion, we will be, so. All right. The motion is to authorize the commissioner to contract with one or more consultants to assist in the sharing of data as required under Section 79-303.01. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Morrison? Fricke?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Kojons?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
The votes are 7 yeas, 1 absent. The affirmative has it. And the motion to authorize the commissioner to provide, sorry, I think I just jumped ahead. The affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the commissioner to contract with one or more consultants to assist in the non-sharing of data, but the ability to connect different departments of data as required under Section 79-303.01 is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.2.c?
Yes, Madam President. I move to authorize the Commissioner to provide funds to the Nebraska Statewide Workforce and Education Reporting System, otherwise known as ANSWERS.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to authorize the commissioner to provide funds to the NSERS. Is there any discussion?
I just want to share with fellow board members that one thing that was very important to me in moving this forward was that no personal data of individual students is collected. And so there is not this, we are not creating a giant data system with students' names and identifying marks and numbers. And so they are being protected. And that was very important to the committee, that their confidential information be guarded.
Any other discussion? The motion is to authorize the commissioner to provide funds to the NSERS. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Morrison? Kojons?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Fricke?
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
The votes are 7 yeas, 1 absent. The affirmative has it. And the motion to authorize the commissioner to provide funds to the NSERS is adopted. Agenda item 6.2.d. Is there a motion related to this item?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to authorize the Commissioner to contract with the National Center for Grow Your Own to support implementation of the Nebraska Teacher Apprenticeship Program.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to authorize the commissioner to contract with the NCGYO to support implementation of the Nebraska Teacher Apprenticeship Program. Is there any discussion on the motion?
This action item goes hand in hand with our number one goal, which is to achieve qualified teachers in every classroom. And 18 states have already bought into this. And so we would be taking advantage of paras and the whole idea of apprenticeship. And I think it's a step in the right direction for us in Nebraska so that we show that we really are trying to do things to get qualified teachers in every classroom in Nebraska.
Other discussion?
I have a quick question for Lane that I didn't get to ask yesterday, but just, yes, reiterating, Patsy and I are both on the Rules Committee as well as the Finance Committee, and so we kind of have partnered up in a fierce advocacy for really recruiting and addressing the teacher shortage. So, but Lane, thanks for coming up, and I apologize for not asking this yesterday during our committee meeting, but I had a question that I noticed. The administrative fees are $150,000, which is included in this action item. But then I also noticed that in our contracts from 10 to 50,000, number 23 is also to them, and I was just curious why we have two different contracts going on.
Of course. So after the legislative session adjourned in June, we were anxious to get started and get some consultation moving with the organization. So we jumped right in and, with a small contract with them here, and then knew that we would need to come to you for the full authorization during this time. So it's the result of not having a July meeting. Otherwise, we would have brought that to you in July.
I knew there would be a very good explanation, but just wanted it for my own records. Thank you.
That was it for Lane? Thank you, Lane. Any other discussion? The motion is to authorize the commissioner to contract with NCGYO to support implementation of the Nebraska Teacher Apprenticeship Program. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Goebbels,
Yes?
Neary,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Fricky, Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Morrison. 7 yes, 1 absent.
The votes are 7 yeas, 1 absent. The affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the commissioner to contract with the NCGYO to support implementation of the Nebraska Teacher Apprenticeship Program is adopted. Agenda item 6.2.E, is there a motion on that item?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to authorize the Commissioner to subaward with IDEA Part B discretionary funding to provide support for the OSE Regional Secondary Transition Support Projects.
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to authorize the commissioner to subaward with IDEA Part B discretionary funding to provide support for the Office of Special Education Regional Secondary Transition Support Projects. Is there any discussion on that motion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Penner,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Fricky, Neary,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Morrison, Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Kojons.
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
The votes are 7 yeas, 1 absent. The affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the commissioner to subaward with IDEA Part B discretionary funding to provide support for the Office of Special Education Regional Secondary Transition Support Projects is adopted. Agenda item 6.2.F. Is there a motion on item 6.2.F?
Yes. I move to authorize the commissioner to subaward funds to Educational Service Unit Number 4 to operate the Nebraska Center for the Education of Children who are blind, visually impaired, the project to support schools who are experiencing personnel shortages in the area of blind and visual impairment supports.
Is there a second to the motion? Okay, it's been moved and seconded to authorize the commissioner to subaward funds to Educational Service Unit Number 4 to operate the Nebraska Center for the Education of Children who are Blind, Visually Impaired project. Is there any discussion on the motion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Jones,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes?
Kojons,
Yes.
Morrison, Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Fricky.
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
The votes are 7 yeas, 1 absent. The affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the commissioner to subaward funds to Educational Service Unit Number 4 to operate the Nebraska Center for the Education of Children who are Blind or Visually Impaired project is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.2.G?
Yes. I move to authorize the commissioner to continue to subaward to Educational Service Units Number 4 to operate the Nebraska Center for the Education of Children who are blind, visually impaired, project designed to provide outreach services.
It's moved and seconded to authorize the Commissioner to continue to subaward to ESU number 4 to operate the NCEC BVI designed to provide outreach services. Is there any discussion on the motion? Will the recording secretary please call the roll?
Neary,
Yes.
Kojons. Penner,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes?
Morrison, Tegmeyer.
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
The votes are 7 yeas, 1 absent. The affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the Commissioner to continue to subaward to ESU number 4 to operate the NCEC BVI designed to provide outreach services is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.2.h?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to authorize the Commissioner to subaward funding for providing enhanced educational interpreter training and mentoring programs through the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Funds.
Is there a second to the motion?
I second.
It's moved and seconded to authorize the Commissioner to subaward funding for providing enhanced educational interpreter training and mentoring programs through the CSFRF. Is there any discussion on the motion? Elizabeth?
All of us committee members. So the only thing that I was hoping to point out just a bit to our fellow board members is we have approximately 1,100 deaf or hard of hearing students in the state that these services are provided for. And unfortunately, just like in every area of education, we have a shortage. And so we have students who need interpreters and people that will undergo the training so that these students can receive a high-quality education. So if you know of people in your district who are looking for an opportunity to get into education, we would love to hook them up with Amy Roan, and they can get in on some of this training.
I think the shortage is, was noted in our meeting many times by Kelly Roan. And she's working very hard along with her staff to see if they can change that. I mean, when you're talking about 2 people to cover a whole state, I think that is like desperate times. So if you know anybody who would like to do any of these jobs that would be good, please send them to Kelly Rowan as soon as possible.
Sherry?
Yes, I'll just add to, Elizabeth shared one item I was going to about the numbers, but also that Amy Roan shared that there will be $1 million, and this is for the board's just information. And this is one of 3 requests there will be. So this is for $400,000, and it's for enhanced educational interpreter training and mentoring program. There will be 2 others that they'll be asking us for, one for equipment and one for services coming. So just be prepared that there will be another request in the future to fulfill that $1 million of federal recovery funds.
Patsy?
I wanted to apologize to Amy Roan. Those of you who are teachers in this room know that when you teach a family of kids that sometimes you mix up the names. So contact Amy Roan.
Thank you. Thank you for all of that discussion. Is there any additional discussion? The motion is to authorize the Commissioner to subaward funding for providing enhanced educational interpreter training and mentoring programs through the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Funds. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Morrison. Yes. Kojons,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas, the affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the commissioner to subaward funding for providing enhanced educational interpreter training and mentoring programs through the CSFRF is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.2.I?
Yes, Madam President, I move to authorize the Commissioner to contract for the remodel of leased office space north side of first floor at 500 South 84th Street, Lincoln, Nebraska.
Is there a second? Okay. It's been moved and seconded to authorize the Commissioner to contract for the remodel of leased office space, the north side of first floor, at 500 South 84th Street, Lincoln, Nebraska. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Question. This is for the north side of the first building. I'm wondering, is this the same contractor that worked on the second floor? Hi, Brian.
Good morning, Brian Halstead, Deputy Commissioner, Agency Support and Services. No.
Good.
This actually is the contractor who's doing the south side of the first floor, which is on schedule, and staff will be moving in later this month.
Thank you for answering my question.
Any other discussion? The motion is to authorize the Commissioner to contract for the remodel of leased office space, the north side of first floor, at 500 South 84th Street, Lincoln, Nebraska. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Fricke? Jones?
Yes.
Johns?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
Morrison?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas, the affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the Commissioner to contract for the remodel of leased office space, the north side of first floor at 500 South 84th Street, Lincoln, Nebraska, is adopted. Chair Deb Neary will provide a report from the Planning and Evaluation Committee meeting.
Thank you. So since we last met, we've had 2 different meetings. Our first one with members Lisa Fricke, Sherry Jones, and myself. We met with and received an update from Adams Central Public School staff regarding their experience with the NSCAS growth through your model, and I appreciate Sherry Jones making those arrangements for us to have that discussion, and I understand you also visited with them prior to that. Patty. So the guests answered questions of board members and expressed gratitude to share their experience, and I'll just say I enjoyed the opportunity. You know, I hear from my Omaha districts about their thoughts on it, but it was helpful to get a different perspective and hear from, a smaller school district and how much it's benefiting them, and they appreciate it. The second committee meeting we had yesterday, again with Lisa Fricke, Sherry Jones, and Patty Goebbels and myself. We reviewed the approval of the early childhood education programs operated by public school districts and educational service units. NDE staff member answered questions related to the approval processes and shared the early childhood education state report for Nebraska's public school district, ESU, and Head Start programs. We also discussed the approval of the College View Academy to operate for the 2023-2024 school year under Rule 14. NDE staff member answered questions related to school systems approval processes and monitoring regulatory compliance. The approval of cut scores for the English, language arts, mathematics, and the science validation results were also reviewed. NDE staff members provided an overview of the standard setting process. They provided cut score recommendations for the NSCAS ELA, NSCAS Math, NSCAS Alternate ELA, and Science Validation. NDE staff members answered questions regarding educator participation in future standard-setting processes. The committee recommends the approval of these items, these 3 items. The committee also reviewed the consent agenda item regarding the submissions of affidavit for instructional hour exception for the 2022-2023 year filed under the waiver provisions contained in Nebraska Revised Statute 79213. The committee discussed the alternate ELPA, the English Language Proficiency Assessment cut scores process. NDE staff member answered questions related to the number of students impacted and the prior and current administration of the ELPA for students with disabilities who are also English learners. The committee discussed the Rule 11 teacher waiver request for Scottsbluff Public Schools. We discussed also the draft priority school progress plan for the Asante Elementary and High School. NDE staff member received feedback on the plan and answered questions regarding instructional materials implementation. NDE staff will return next month to seek approval for these items. And lastly, the committee received updates on the approval of the Rule 11 teacher waiver request from Auburn Public Schools, as well as an amendment to the existing ACT contract. NDE staff will return next meeting for discussion and to seek approval. This concludes, this concludes the planning and evaluation report. Thank you.
Are there any questions of the committee chair? Lisa?
I just want to echo what you said, Deborah, about Adams Central, and thank you, Sherry, for that. They explained the difference of how they use evaluative versus instructional, and they also explained why they liked having one assessment and SCAS throughout the year rather than going back and forth with map growth and SCAS. So those are points that I hadn't heard a lot about, and so I thought it was really good. Thank you for having them.
Any other questions? We're at agenda item 6.3.A. Is there a motion on that item?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to approve early childhood education programs operated by public school districts and educational service units.
Is there a second?
I second.
It's moved and seconded to approve early childhood education programs operated by public school districts and educational service units. Is there any discussion on the motion? Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Morrison?
Yes.
Neary? Penner?
Yes.
Kojons?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Excuse me. Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Fricke? Jones?
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas. The affirmative has it, and the motion to approve early childhood education programs operated by public school districts and educational service units is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.3.B?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to approve College View Academy to operate for the 2023-24 school year under Rule 14.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
It's moved and seconded to approve College View Academy to operate for the 2023-2024 school year under Rule 14. Is there any discussion?
I might just like to add that Dr. Maher and Nebraska Department of Education staff has assured us that they are monitoring and will continue to monitor closely because there was some discussion about this. and I believe we've been assured that they will continue and are monitoring closely and that there are procedures in place. So I believe we're confident in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion? The motion is to approve College View Academy to operate for the 2023-2024 school year under Rule 14. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Neary,
I abstained.
Jones,
Yes.
Morrison,
Yes.
Fricke, Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Co-Johns.
Yes.
7 yes, 1 abstain.
The votes are 7 yeas, 1 abstain. The affirmative has it, and the motion to approve College View Academy to operate for the 2023-2024 school year under Rule 14 is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.3.c?
I move to approve the cut scores for English language, arts, and mathematics, and the science validation results.
Is there a second to the motion? I second that motion. It's moved and seconded to approve cut scores for English language arts and mathematics and the science validation results. Is there any discussion on the motion?
I think I do. So have the questions been written for math? Was that this summer? No? I'm looking. Can I just have her get it on paper? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Trudy, for coming forward.
They have been written, however, they have not gone through the content and bias review. So as soon as that is completed, then I will invite you to review them, okay? I want to make sure that the teachers, the specialists, especially those who are outside of the, those that have experience with special education and English language learners, they have access to those as well to provide input. So as soon as that's concluded, then we'll make sure that you have access to them. You bet.
Okay.
I just want to say thank you, because I know since you started, your job has not been easy at all. And you really are bringing calm and success, and this is an exciting step to be at. And so just thank you for hanging in there and getting us through this. And, you know, your expertise has been amazing.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So Trudy, one thing that hasn't come up in our prior discussions is, can you explain to me why the cut scores change sometimes? Or do they?
When educators are establishing cut scores, from their perspective, what they are looking at is what does a threshold or barely on track student, how will they engage with this item? So when the test changes and you have different items, then you still need to have that conversation and have input from the teachers as they are engaging with the new test. So because of that, when the standards change, the test changes, then perhaps how a student will engage with that test also changes.
And you mentioned teachers. And so just to clarify, these are state of Nebraska certified educators who write the test questions and help establish the cut scores, correct?
The teachers who write the items do not participate in the standard setting because we want to make sure that the opinions of the writers, those are valued, of course, but we want to have an independent review and to ensure that as there are comments that are coming from the reviewers, to make sure that the writer's intent was actually met with the, under the review, so.
I love the checks and balances.
Yes, checks and balances.
And these are current Nebraska classroom teachers who are deciding what students should know and be able to do at each grade level.
Yes, they have specific knowledge. They have students in their classroom at that content level, at that grade level.
And that's what's assessed on the INSCAS
Yes.
test.
Grades 3 through 8 teachers.
It assesses our state standards.
Yes.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
the only thing that they assess is
Okay.
the content state standards.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sure.
Trudy, just a clarification. Are there educational professionals in addition to teachers who are part of that process?
Yes, curriculum folks are also involved, instructional coaches are also involved, but they do have specific knowledge of this student at this grade level and this content. Yes, thank you for asking.
Any other questions for Trudy? Well, no, I shouldn't open it up that widely, should I? Related to the motion of cut scores for ELA math and the science verification process, are there any questions? All right, thank you, Trudy.
Thank you.
All right, the motion is to approve cut scores for English language arts and mathematics and the science validation results. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Penner,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Morrison. Yes. Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas, the affirmative has it, and the motion to approve cut scores for English language arts and mathematics and the science validation results is adopted. All right, at this time, I would like to introduce and call forward Allison Denbest for a staff presentation on the discussion item. And the discussion item is Notice of Intent to Bring ELPA cut scores to the state board meeting in September for board approval. And also, please welcome Allison as our new academic officer.
Got it. Thank you. So sorry. The green light helps. Okay. Next month, we will ask the board to approve the cut scores for the ALT-ELPA assessment. This is just an intent for that. The ALT-ELPA assessment is a new assessment that was designed as a part of the ELPA 21 consortium. The consortium with Iowa as the lead state received a grant, an assessment grant from the U.S. Department of Ed in 2019, and the work has been going on since that time. Nebraska has been a part of the Assessment Design Committee as well as the governing board. The ELPA 21 consortium is made up of 7 states, and every one of the 7 states has extensive involvement in the decisions that are made. So the ALT-ELPA is an assessment for English learners with the most significant cognitive disabilities. We are required by Title III to administer the state's English language proficiency assessment to every English learner K-12 every year. Prior to the advent of the ALT-ELPA, we had the ELPA 21, which is intended for general ed students. And educators across the state and really across the consortium did the best that they could to use accommodations, perhaps exempt domains, to make this assessment work for English learners with the most significant cognitive disabilities. I'm now really, really pleased that we have an appropriate assessment for this population of students. There were 70 Nebraska English learners with the most significant cognitive disabilities who participated in the pilot year this spring of 2023. And since that time, the CUT scores have been in the process of being established. They're going through multiple steps with psychometricians and experts in the field. So I plan to bring those numbers to you next month for your approval. That approval is a step that's required for the U.S. Ed peer review for that assessment. Can I answer any questions about the assessment or the process?
I think this is long overdue, and so thank you for the work on this. I was just curious, was there a type of pilot to this process?
In the spring of 2022, there was a pilot prior to the field test, and the consortium and the assessment designers were really specific about seeking English learners with the most significant cognitive disabilities in certain grades, again, across the consortium. So there were a number of Nebraska students that were proposed to participate in the pilot, and one student from Grand Island participated with their teachers and test administrators. And I do want to mention, this has really been a collaborative effort between English learner teachers and administrators, as well as special education. So both views have been involved in the assessment.
Any other questions? Allison, I guess just a clarification. I'm assuming that the establishment of the CUT scores will be done through the consortium.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No questions? Thank you very much. And welcome, Allison. We're at agenda item 6.3.E. Now I would like to ask Melody Hobson for a staff presentation on the discussion of a teacher waiver request from Scottsbluff Public Schools.
Good morning. Scottsbluff Public School. This is a discussion point because Scottsbluff Public Schools has never asked for a waiver for any of their early childhood teachers before. So part of our process is last month it went to the committee for information. This month it goes to the board for discussion. Next month you'll be asked to vote on it. And just for a little background, Scottsbluff Public Schools, their waiver is a little bit different than most. As you know, all teachers need to have appropriate certification, but within state statute and within Rule 11, there is that opportunity to have a waiver if this district cannot find a teacher, and if the proposed candidate is willing to go back to school and work towards a certification. And in Scottsbluff's case, it's a little bit different because this is actually for their extended care programs that we consider a full-day program to be 6 hours or more per day. And so they allow their early childhood program to go beyond that for like before and after school care. And so, as most of you know, a 6-hour day for a teacher is really, really hard, and 8 hours a day with kids is really, really hard. And so they have to have additional staff. They didn't have anyone who could fill that role, so they had a para who agreed to come in and do that. And so she is willing to go to school. She is pursuing her education, and they have sent us all the information that they need. We're monitoring it. And so that's the short answer. And that concludes my presentation, but I'd be happy to answer any questions. No. Okay.
Thank you, Melody. At this time, we will have a staff presentation from Shirley Vargas on the review draft priority school progress plan for Asante Elementary and High School with anticipated approval in September 2023.
And I think there was some confusion, and so I apologize that you're being asked to give a report when that wasn't the plan. Okay, thank you.
No.
Okay.
Not a problem. Thank you so much. We're all prepared for everything here all the time, so appreciate it. Good afternoon, Shirley Vargas, Administrator for School and District Support. I'm here to just provide you a quick overview. You have heard me present to you before in relation to our priority schoolwork. As a quick reminder, we have 3 current priority schools, Asante Elementary, Asante Middle, and Asante High School. In June, a few months ago, I was here sharing the annual progress as is written in our statute 79-760-07. And additionally, what that statute calls is when there is a priority school that has been designated for 3 consecutive years, one of 3 actions may take place, right? You can significantly change a school's plan, you can create a brand-new plan, or you can enact an alternative administrative structure. Per the recommendation that we made last month, I have made the recommendation to our commissioner that we would be significantly revising the plan, which is what you see on Spark today. You'll see draft is on every page. You'll also see that some sections actually say under development, meaning that there is still active involvement of all school and district leaders and community members in conjunction to be able to ultimately present to their board their final plan, and then to you all a final plan next month for approval. So if you have any questions related to the draft plan as it's there, I would say the committee yesterday did provide us with some really great input, so I hope that you'll be able to see that the next month when we bring that to you.
Elizabeth?
I know that when we have talked about Asante in the past, they've had some mobility among staff. And so can you just review for me, I'm looking at the administration that's listed in here. Are we starting to see more continuity among staff to help continue these educational goals?
Yes and no. It is very apparent that the superintendent actually will be transitioning mid-year, and the current succession plan is to be able to move internal staff members up into the district leadership position and then move staff members into the high school position to take on that work.
And so clearly you are aware of this, and so can you just explain to me what additional steps then your team is taking to help the school district with this transition?
Absolutely. So by way of the contract you also approved last month with our contractors that were identified to support Asante Community Schools at large, they are working towards what are the leadership structures that need to be in place, such as continuing to have a tight administrative meeting structure. So what does it mean if we're meeting weekly? What does it mean to have protected time on doing all of the things we need to do and meet deadlines when they're necessary to meet them, as well as then ensuring that there's a continuation of community engagement, so continuing relationship building with their newly elected tribal council amongst their newly elected school board. So a lot of those things are still things that will continue regardless of who the actual leader will be. Of course.
I was really excited to hear, or actually read, about the cultural infusion, that goal. Can you just share a little bit about what their plan is and what you think of it?
I will share with you what their plan is. Their plan is, as you all might have read, there is a director of culture and language, and this individual has been certified by their tribe to teach Dakota language and culture, and as a result is developing a plan to, and has already, right, is working towards having other staff members who are tribally enrolled members to become certified to teach Dakota language and culture, so that it isn't necessarily having someone who's not from the community trying to learn all of these things, but rather it's actually building from the community within to be able to teach these things to their own students. So that's one component. I will say the other one, we spend a lot of time talking about high-quality instructional materials. And it's really important to consider, when something may be relevant or appropriate given the students that are being served. So an example here would be, what does it mean to teach another perspective specifically that is related to that community, given, that they are all from the same Dakota background. So I think that's just really important. That's work that will continue for years to come, not just this year, right? Because that takes a long time for staff to be fully invested and, engaged in that work over time.
One of the things you said yesterday, and I appreciated it, when the students, one way to do that is when they're learning about leaders, not only to mention Lincoln, but to also they're great leaders from their culture.
Absolutely.
And then, as an example, and then I thought, well, we got our democracy idea from the Native Americans. So I was really excited to hear the potential of learning alongside their culture what is in the textbooks or what they are learning. So thank you for that.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Dr. Vargas.
Thank you.
6.4, Rules and Regulations Committee. Chair Elizabeth Tetmeyer will provide a report from the Rules and Regulations Committee.
Okay. The Rules and Regulations Committee reports on 2 different meetings of this committee. The committee met on July 18th, 2023 to hear a staff presentation on Rule 59, Regulations for School Health and Safety regarding potential revisions. Our regular committee meeting was held yesterday, August 3rd, 2023. Members present were Chair Elizabeth Tegmeyer, Vice Chair Jacqueline Morrison, Patsy Kojans, and Kirk Penner. President Goebbels requested that committee members review proposed changes to Board Operating Policy BOP 1.11 Rule Development and provide input to the Executive Committee for potential revisions. We did not have any. NDE staff provided a summary of the rules report and proposed a new structure with more information. Staff also provided recommendations for prioritizing rule revisions based on board priorities as well as changes to state statute. NDE staff provided a summary of the presentation on Rule 59, Regulations for School Health and Safety revisions, and answered questions. The committee reviewed the proposed public input draft and requested some technical edits and recommended NDE staff proceed with the public input draft and consider providing a guidance document for schools on additional medications. This concludes the Rules and Regulations Committee report.
Are there any questions from the committee chair? For the committee chair? Right. Next on the agenda, item 6.4B, is to have a discussion on the proposed revisions to Rule 59 for school health and safety with NDE staff member Zainab Rita. Zainab?
Good morning. I believe it's still morning, right? I am happy to answer any questions, or if you want me to present about Rule 59, so I'm here to answer any question you may have for me.
Zainab, could you just give kind of a high-level summary of the changes?
Just the changes. How many of you are familiar with Rule 59? Well, the committee. So Rule 59, it's known about the regulation for school safety, for school health and safety. And basically just the first revision or the first draft, it was in 2006. So we had a couple of new bills that require us to add those addition. That's including the asthma condition, that's including self-management by student, condition requests and authorization, and the seizure safe schools. If you remember in 2021, it was enacted, this bill. So those are the pretty much the revision. We also added some clarification in regarding some terminologies. For instance, prescribing healthcare practitioners. It used to be just, it mentions that just including only physicians. And as you know, the practices now is different, so the physician assistant or nurse practitioner can prescribe for the influx or for the medication that's used only for the schools in case if there is a seizure accident there. Another thing that we try to clarify, we redefine school in session, what that means, because we've received many questions from the administrators that how we define the schools is in session. So we redefine it as any period of time during which students are under the direction of school staff during the regular school day as defined by the school. Another recommendation or changes, we have removed the list of minimum competencies because it's already all these competencies are added or they are included in the by the Department of Health and Human Services. So we're trying not increase the risk of that Rule 59 will not match the DHHS side. Let me see, another thing that we change, the rest, there are just technical errors that, or some, like adding the reference, the term shall, we replace it by will or must. And those are pretty much the revision that we would like to request for the Rule 59.
Thank you for that information.
Sure.
I think you said defined the time as within the school's care during a regular school day. So what about summer school? That's not considered a regular school day. Is there another place where that's addressed?
Unfortunately, based on that, so while the school are in session, so that means it's bell to bell. So, so after, like to say, if there are even, unfortunately, that if there are the sport activities or any activity happen after the school day, unfortunately, they don't have to meet this requirement or follow this.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So Zainab, if I'm working with an after-school program and a kid has an asthma attack or a seizure, there's no protocol?
This is according to the statutes. That's how they define it. It's basically like when the school is in session. So the competency. So we need to have a person who's been trained and know how to administer the medication. So it's required by the schools to have this person available during the schools when it's in session.
Thanks, Zainab. Can you, and I don't need a long answer, but give us an overview of what kind of feedback we've received from the schools Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. So we engage our stakeholders as we presented the revision. So we have school nurses, we have administrators, and also school health coordinators. Their input when they looked at the revision, that basically all they wanted to have a guideline. It's written and clear. But is your question is based on the definition? I want to make sure.
My question is, did we get pushback on this? Or everybody that you worked with from every single school is very happy with this rule change? Or, are there people that out in the field that have concerns that don't really agree with this? Or, yeah, that's what I want to know.
I cannot say every school, we reached every school, but we included with the school nurses because they work directly with this. So the Nebraska School Association, all of them, they were part of the revision as well, and they provided the input on regarding the.
Okay, so my question isn't, did they provide input? My question is, do they support this that you're bringing to us today? I mean, we'll just ask specifically about the School Board Association. And then the separate question is about the nurses. So that's what I'm asking.
That's why we have the input. So we have the public input after this revision. So if they have any feedback, they can provide through this channel.
And Zainab, from what I understood on the committee is we didn't have a lot of flexibility in
the
this, that
statutes.
most of, and that the reason that we were able to get through this rule so quickly is most of the language in this is dictated by state statute. So we're just bringing our rule in alignment with law. So we didn't have a lot of freedom.
Okay, that helps.
That's correct.
Any other questions for Zainab? Thank you very much, Zainab.
Absolutely. Thank you.
You will notice that we've made a little bit of a change in the agenda, in that in the past, we had put discussion items on the agenda, but there was no discussion, right? Perhaps you recall that. So the change is now when there's a discussion item where the item it's anticipated will move to the next board meeting for action, that we're asking staff just to provide background and information, really to help us understand what that discussion item is, more in depth than what can be provided just through a committee report. So that's why today you saw some differences in having staff come up to talk through some discussion items.
Great change.
It's important. Okay, that it is about, it's getting close to noon. I have no idea how long it's going to take us to get through the items that were removed from the consent agenda. That's why I was anticipating maybe we would take lunch break now, but I'm being advised to try and get through those before we take our lunch recess. So with that, items that were requested to be removed from the consent agenda were 5.2.b, 5.3.a, 5.3.e. Those are items that were on the consent agenda and were pulled. We're now under agenda item 7, which is additional business. So we're prepared to discuss those items. So the first one, 5.2.b, is there a motion related to that item?
Madam President, I do have the motion, as I was the person who pulled all 3 consent items. I can just tell you in terms of timing, if I may, I do believe we will be able to get through 5.2B and potentially 5.3.E. We could get through those two before 12 o'clock. I do believe 5.3.A may take us beyond 12 o'clock, if that helps you at all with your timing.
Let's go ahead, and if we need to, after public comment, we'll obviously continue the remainder of our agenda, so if we need to do that, we will come back to that one.
Okay. At this time, I move to authorize the commissioner to approve the 2023 through 2024 Nebraska Council on Teacher Education membership roster.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded that we authorize the commissioner to appoint recommended individuals to fill vacancies on the Special Education Advisory Council. Oops, sorry, that's A. To approve the 2023-2024 Nebraska Council on Teacher Education membership roster. Discussion.
Yes. I had a couple of questions as I was reading through the proposed agenda item rationale. So the rationale says current terms expire on July 31st, 2023, and new terms begin on August 1st, 2023, which was 3 days ago. And so first I'm wondering, are we appointing, so are all of the people listed in this document, does everybody's term expire at the same time? It does say the length of terms vary according to section 4.0 of the organizational policies. And so are the terms of the people, so it's everybody that was listed, is that who we are appointing? That's my first question. Are there other members outside of this list, or is this the total list? And then of the people that we are appointing, are the terms of those people varied? Or is everybody there going to have the same term? Is that a 1-year term, 2-year term? It's just a little, it just seems like I don't have all of the information. I don't know what I'm voting on.
Brad, please come forward. Brad, there were multiple questions, so if you need repeat of the questions, please feel free to.
Certainly, I'll try to address as much as I can, at least from memory. Brad Dirksen, Administrator for the Office of Accreditation, Certification, and Approval. The NCTE agenda item that you have does have the attached list of members. The members that are new have an asterisk next to their names so that you can identify the new members by that indication on the list. Their dates do vary depending upon the expiration, based upon the organizational policies that are outlined. So depending upon what organization or group that they represent, there is a varied schedule in regards to the length of the term that they serve. You are not approving the entire list, only the new members that have an asterisk next to their name. Does that cover the questions?
Yes, and then the other question that I had, particularly under Nebraska Council, so when we get to Nebraska Council of School Administrators, who decides on that particular list? How is that comprised?
We contact the Nebraska Council of School Administrators, and then that organization nominates individuals to represent that organization in accordance with the organizational policies.
So, sorry, when I ask questions, I know it sometimes probably sounds like a deposition, and I don't mean it to be. So their policy is they nominate people to you, and then you make a recommendation to the board, or are they nominating people to bring to the board? Can you tell me a little more about that process?
Yes, the process is outlined in Section 4 of the organizational policies, which is approved by the board, because it's the board that is the approval of that document. Basically, the NCSA nominates, along with other organizations, and we collect in my office those names, and then we forward those on to the board.
Okay, so if you're wondering why I'm asking and where I'm going, I'll just right out say it. I noticed OPS is not represented in this list, and neither is LPS. And so those are two of the largest school districts in our state, and I didn't see them listed. And so I'm just one of the things I was trying to understand is how we get this list, and just some understanding of why, if we had this list representing everybody in the state, I see West Side there and I see Millard, and so I also see Bellevue, so I'm not suggesting that Omaha as a city is not represented, but when I think about our large urban school districts who may have different types of hiring challenges or recruiting challenges, they're not on this list. And so is that a consideration that your department would go back to the nominating agency and say, we noticed this has occurred, or notice this is missing? Or is it for this board to vote down? I'm not saying everybody agrees with me, but would we say, no, we're not accepting this list, come back with someone else that we think may be more representative? And again, not speaking for the whole board, but is that what I am voting on?
Do I respond, or?
Yeah, well, I'd like him to respond before.
I was just wondering, are you talking about just the administrator's portion?
Yep,
Okay.
that's what I said.
Okay, just clarification, that's all.
Can I ask Jacqueline one more question?
Sure.
Well, no, I'm just trying to clarify. So Jacqueline, is what you're wanting, because you pointed out the OPS and LPS are not on this, in this current cycle as school administrators, are you wanting a representative from either or both to have a permanent seat on this council?
I'm not asking for a permanent seat. I'm asking, when we are looking at who is represented here, what's the department's role in who they forward? What type of vetting, if there's a recommendation that comes to NDE, which I'm understanding you guys collect the nomination, are you doing any type of analysis or vetting of the candidates before they're brought to the board? Or are you just pushing them, I mean, are you just bringing who the nominee is to us, and then we have to make that decision of whether or not we think that this is representative of, or if we are okay with who the people are?
We pass the nominations directly to the board, so we don't vet or review those lists, no.
Okay.
And may I?
Madam President.
I also had some questions regarding this listing, and Brad, he did supply me with some answers, so I really appreciate that, Brad. That was helpful. And that leads me to want to know if we could have had this listing maybe a month in advance, because I know some of my questions would have taken more time to get information, such as the process that NSEA goes through to identify their nominations, and two, if they are, do they get references? Just that whole process as well. So I don't know for next year if this is something that could be brought to us in advance, so we have opportunity to dive a little bit more into this. I don't know, Brad, if you can answer that question, because these were just given to you, so I don't.
Brad, I guess I'd like a clarification. we approve, and I know as, in the time I've been on the board, the representative from NCTE came and walked us through their organizational document. I'm sorry, I don't have the name on the tip of my tongue, but we approve that, right? And that pretty much spells out the entire process. So I think there's already a mechanism where we have approved a process that they have designed, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
So,
I'm
hot seat, right? I do have another question. Because yesterday I was talking with Amy Rohn and the Special Education Advisory Board, which obviously is composed a little differently, but they have people from all the various districts. And so just because I was not on the board when we approved the NCTE policies, can you explain, is there a distribution throughout the entire state?
Yes, there is a notation within the organizational policies that encourages organizations to have and take into consideration diversity in regards to geographic diversity across the state, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And I guess, Brad, just from my experience, I served on NCTE when I was affiliated with Dana College. I was the representative for higher ed. And I have noticed that the size of that group has grown substantially. I mean, it's been a number of years ago, but it's a very large group now, right? And it had struck me that when groups get to a certain size, they lose their sense of efficiency, and it's really difficult for everybody in that group to feel like they're giving input. So I guess I certainly wouldn't be in favor of increasing the number of people. I would guess that organizations, when they are nominating, they are looking at who is currently representing and what part of the state are they from, because they know that they don't have the ability to appoint what we might call representation across the state. So I think that's really up to the nominating organizations for them to be thinking about those things so that there is that kind of rotation. And I don't know, Brad, if we answered the how long are the terms and are they staggered? That might be helpful too. They're all 4 years, but they're staggered.
No, it's in the organizational policies. A lot of them are 4 years.
Okay.
However, not all of them are 4 years in terms.
Yeah, I thought there was a little bit of difference in terms of length of terms. Commissioner Maher.
I just as one of the new people listening to this and trying to synthesize all the information that comes in. First of all, I think of OPS and LPS, and should they have more representation? Shouldn't they? I don't know the exact number, but you're talking about 30% of the kids that we educate in the state. That's a pretty significant amount. Are we overrepresented in some areas, or has the committee gotten too large? That's an interesting dynamic too to consider. I had a professor when I was doing my graduate work years ago say, if you want to stall an initiative, turn it over to a committee. And if you want to bring that initiative to its knees, make that committee sufficiently large. We maybe are at the position where we've made that committee sufficiently large. And I would suggest that we take this year to bring this issue back to rules and regs or whatever the appropriate committee is and review it again. It doesn't help the immediate issue of this year, but I think we should look at the process going forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to make clear, because I want to make sure my concerns or thoughts aren't conflated. I didn't suggest we increase the committee. I never made that suggestion. I also never suggested that Omaha and Lincoln have a permanent seat, or that they, get some type of preference over anyone else. I said, as a representative of Omaha, I know we have certain challenges. We have a large school district, and the specific Nebraska Council of School Administrators, which is the portion I was looking at did not have one of those school districts represented. And so it was so my questions to Brad were whether or not his department looks at these types of things. And if his department is not looking at these types of things, then I feel like we as a board should look at these when we are considering whether or not to appoint someone. I think Sherry made a good point and something I didn't think of, which was what are the processes that are down below? And if that, by down below, I mean when they're coming to the nomination. If that is listed in a document that I have reviewed or approved at some point, then perhaps we do need to, or I personally need to review that document and see if that's something I want the full board. We approve a lot of things, and as I have been on the board, there are things I look back on my first year that I was voting on that I didn't know what I was voting on specifically. There's so much to learn. And so to imply that, well, you voted on it, so you must have been okay with it, true, but just because I was okay with it then, it doesn't mean that with more knowledge, I don't want to apply more scrutiny today. And so with that said, not having any more information about these individuals other than their name, their address, and the school district that they represent, I might vote no because I feel like OPS is not represented. But then it could also look like I'm voting no to the person, and it's not necessarily that we're voting, or not we, I'm voting no to the person, but rather the concept of representation. And so I do think we need more time in the future with this document. I probably would need more information. And if the president wants to look at the size or the composure and things like that, she can do that too. But that's not where I was going today, and so I don't want that to be attributed to me. I think we're answering some questions I didn't ask, but that's what debate and discussion is for. So I don't have any additional questions, but I thank you for answering the ones I did have.
Yeah, and Jacqueline, just clarification, I was not reacting to what you said. I was reacting to a comment from Elizabeth about statewide representation. Okay. Deb?
And just because we're starting kind of a new era, and so this has nothing to do with what you're bringing today. You just happen to be the unlucky person. You know that, right? But in general, though, as we go into a new era, I think this is an important discussion, and one that I have always hoped and talked about in the past, that when we are approving individuals for anything, that, you know, I'm hoping that somebody has vetted that there is, you know, looking at things from diversity of geography, diversity of different lenses, diversity of, you know, urban versus rural. I mean, I'm hoping that all that's been vetted ahead of time so that we don't have to embarrass anybody, you know what I mean, at this point and say, no, because, you know, what you brought up is in the administrators, we have somebody already from Millard and we're adding an administrator from Millard. And so, yeah, does that make sense in the bigger, you know what I mean? And this has nothing to do with you today. I mean, this is a process that has been in place, I'm sure, longer than you've been hired. And so, but this is more to Dr. Maher, and you've already addressed it. So I know that you'll be working on this, you know, as for the future. So thank you for the discussion. And Jackie, thanks for bringing it up.
Anything else for Brad? Thank you, Brad. And I also think in any subsequent discussions we have, because what I think I'm hearing is there might be a need for a policy that we don't currently have.
A question.
Sure.
And I remember this from last year. This is the group, when you say approval of Nebraska teacher education programs, this is the group that tells the teachers' colleges what to teach, but the teachers' colleges teach specifically to what they're teaching, the standard.
NCTE is an advisory committee.
Okay.
Okay, so they don't make decisions, but they provide advice.
To what to teach.
They address a number of things, but certainly they are looking primarily at teacher preparation programs.
So Kirk, I believe that this is one of the advisory groups that when the Rules Committee is meeting and Brad says, I will bring this to our advisory groups, the rule changes that we want to make as board members, this is one of the groups that gives input on the changes that we as state board members want to make. So the changes that we're discussing with some of those rules that are coming up, this is the group.
It's really bi-directional, I would say. Okay. Well, that one item took a little bit longer, I think, than we anticipated. We will now take our recess for lunch.
Do you want to vote on it, Madam Chair?
I'm sorry, we do have a motion and a second. Thank you. Will the recording secretary please call the roll?
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Morrison?
No.
Jones?
No.
Fricke? Yes. Penner?
Yes.
Kojons?
Yes.
6 yes, 2 no.
The votes are 6 yeas, 2 noes. The motion to authorize the commissioner to approve the 2023-2024 Nebraska Council on Teacher Education membership roster is approved. And with that, we will take our recess for lunch. Please be back here approximately 5 minutes before 1.
Thank you. Jacqueline, I wonder if this is something we could talk about initiating a true conversation in the executive committee under our purview. I was trying to think what all we do, but I think the points you brought up are really important, and I don't want to wait. It's almost like get something going as soon as possible, because those people are going to have to be informed. And I do think it should be in policy how they choose, so that, so maybe ask to have that as an agenda item, because you could explain it better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lisa.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm tired to eat. My brain's fried.
I can't hear a thing.
No.
I can hear you when you turn and face me. That 3/4 of what's being said, I don't hear.
Do you think?
I have a hard time hearing you when you turn away from, when you turn that way.
That really concerns me because it's not getting any better. It concerns me because it's not getting any better. It's almost like you need to call your general practitioner, because most specialists have to have a recommendation from your general practitioner.
I'm not hearing you at all.
Oh, most specialty doctors, like an audiologist, have to have a recommendation from your general practitioner. So I could get a hold of your general practitioner right away.
I will, next week.
Because that started 8 weeks ago. Well, you had
No,
trouble,
this
but
didn't.
it seems to have gotten worse since you had that, not RSV or whatever you had.
I don't know what's going on. This is like full.
And it could be a simple fix.
Huh?
It could be a simple fix, just draining the yuck out of there.
I'm gonna go get a nasal spray and see if that does anything.
They have over-the-counter. Ask your pharmacist when you go get that. They have things that can make your ear feel better and kind of get stuff, but you don't want to go digging with a Q-tip or anything else. But it goes in there and it softens it so it can be expelled.
Because I'm
You can't
still
hear me?
confused, honestly.
No. I'm sorry. Let's go eat.
I heard that. I'm gonna tell Amy Roman's.
Oh yeah, she understand. Well, I think so.
That Rome family's a big family in that area in Gothenburg and Kovac.
Oh
This
and
is
she was-
cool.
What? What is it?
You should have gotten one. No, that's mine.
Oh,
We will come out of our lunch recess in 1 minute. Thank you, Ryan. We will now move to our public comment period. This period may be available to any person who wishes to address the State Board on any subject within its authority, including items appearing on the agenda, except for contested cases. Up to 2 hours will be allowed for public comment period. A majority of members present and voting may also take action to allow or terminate public comment at any time during a meeting. Please note that public comment should be on topics related to the work of the State Board's constitutional and statutory authority. Those wishing to speak must be signed in at the table outside of the meeting room. Persons speaking to the board during public comment should state their name at the beginning of their allotted time. Anyone refusing to be identified will be prohibited from speaking. A person may address the board for up to 5 minutes. A majority of members present and voting may take action to reduce or extend the amount of individual time allotted to all speakers. If at any time persons appearing before the board exceed the time limitations set forth in this policy or on the agenda or become abusive or threatening in language or behavior, it shall be the responsibility of the president to determine what is out of order. The president may refuse permission to continue to address the board. We have 2 public comment cards submitted.
Reverend Dr. William Jackson and Linda Vermuten. It's 5 minutes and we don't have a timer, so at the 1 minute mark, I'm just going to say 1 minute, and I'm not going to interrupt you, okay?
No problem. Is this thing on?
Yes.
Testing. Is Mars here? Just kidding. I'm Reverend Dr. William Jackson. I'm an ordained minister. Also have a doctorate in clinical psychology, doctorate in education, also a master's in counseling therapy. Been in the military 10 years, 8 months, been around the country, halfway around the world. In other words, I've seen things. What I'm dealing with here is education. I've been a post-secondary psychology professor in Las Vegas for up to 10 years. Involved in a lot of things there. One of the things I tell when I realize something's wrong in education in a country, when a young lady asked me to use smaller words in my class, I looked at the Lord and said, Lord, is this a joke? He said, no. So I said politely, ma'am, you need to step up to our level. After that, things just went downhill for me because I was not aware of how bad education in this country were. Understand, I'm not, no accusation against Nebraska or anything. This is my home for 19 years. Just that it occurred to me that there is a problem in this country and that we need to do our best to keep it going forward. One of the good examples when you look at some of our so-called test scores measuring their particular success. There's not success when you only get around 70s and some of the sciences get maybe 80s and get around 60s maybe in the math and less than 50 and 40 another competent thing. How are they going to get a decent job, let alone go to college? They won't. I will tell you from a post-secondary psychology viewpoint, they won't pass the first exam. They won't be able to hand in a paper. They won't even know how to do it. No, they won't make it, let alone work in McDonald's or something like that for a job. They won't be able to do that because I understand, like I had the experience working in, convenience store, stuff like that. Can't even count change. What are they going to do for the future unless we as adults here do something to increase the ability what to do? How to do that? Think about this. Curriculum is based on learning objectives, based upon success, as you said earlier about, proper test scores, eliminating what's going on. We need to get inside their heads, such as Bloom's cognitive studies for learning. One is the cognitive aspect. Look at how it is to learn. Look at what puts together rational thoughts and circumstances. Look at the affective aspect. Are the kids paying attention? Where are their feelings? How do they emote those feelings? Then think about psychomotor. Can they or can they not do the work when they're writing things down? We need to look at some of them circumstances. The other aspect we need to look at as well is what are they going to do? Especially when some of the kids aren't able to do it now, how do we get to where they need to be? We don't have a lot of time, people. Some are already in 10th, 11th grade. What are they going to do in the next couple of years? Even if they, quote unquote, graduate, how are they going to support themselves? They won't. Guess who's going to be supporting them? All of us sitting here. Not just with our taxes, but other aspects. Think about this. A generation is 20 to 25 years. 50 years of kids don't know anything. Ignorance is one thing, but ignorance is also not bliss. It is a horrible thing to realize people don't know. What happened, say, 5,000 years ago when the Greeks came up with the idea of what so-called liberal education was? Their mind is that even the poor, beside the rich, need to know how to deal in their social culture. They taught them math. They taught them geography. They taught them writing. Everything that was possibly learned what was originally liberal education. Now that's been turned on its head because of diversity, equity, and inclusion. What does that mean? They learn nothing. All they know is indoctrination. All they know is go along with the general path of what education could be, not what it is. And what's the result? We see it plain. The particular scores we want them to show for achievement is not there. The point is not so much worried about why it's not there. Get it up. Get it done. Get it taken care of. Educate our children. Get those curriculum studies out there. Don't just deal with the idea of accountability, responsibility. Get the coursework into them. They need to go. The biggest problem this country has had, so-called COVID, when they kept the kids home. The worst thing they do is keep kids home in the same family because they get sicker. They need to be back in the schools to do better, and kids learn better in school than at home. Even though homeschooling is great, but for the sake of public schools, we need to do that. So I implore you, get these kids educated. Get a better curriculum going. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Linda Vermooten. I have a question for you. Who shut our voices off so we can't speak? Who has shut our minds off so we can't think? When we come to look at the way we are doing education in this great state, I had the privilege of being at the testimony on Monday. And a lot of things concern me about that because we're talking about the rights of the parents to speak. They might get 3 minutes once a month at the school board to speak about their child, not the state's child, and the concerns they have. Some of the issues we discussed on Monday were the books in the schools and the parents' frustration with not having a say in those. Are you aware of the long-term impact of pornography on a child? You understand that, first of all, it physically changes the structure of the brain of that child. Once changed, it's difficult to unchange it, because once you have a path, you automatically go down a path. So we have to think about the ramifications of what we are saying. It changes our view of ourselves. It changes our view of sexuality. It changes our view of others. What is the long-term impact? We're starting to see that in our country. Fortunately, not yet in our great state, but it will be a matter of time, because when you follow an addiction, it needs more and more until there's acting out. And we have to consider, what are we propagating in our schools with having access to material that is not appropriate for a child? It's defined in our statute as pornography. This is an objectifiable fact of law. Obscenity is an objectifiable fact of law in this state. It's not an opinion, it's a fact. If I take any one of these books, in fact, if any one of you take any of those books in the library, and we hand them just to another board member, we will be arrested on the spot for distribution of pornography. So it begs the question, why are they in the library? Why are parents so upset about that? The next thing you have to consider, if you're putting something on a child that they're not psychologically and emotionally equipped to deal with, what is the impact? I'll tell you. The little ones act out. The adolescents become aggressive. You wonder why we have a mental health crisis in your school? This is not helping the problem, ladies and gentlemen. This is aggravating the problem because they don't have the tools or the experience to deal with knowledge that they were not meant to have when they were little bitty. That's why we have rules in place to protect children from a lot of other things. So it begs the question, what are we doing as a board to protect our children? Because if we're not protecting, we're complicit and we are part of the problem. The teachers that I've had an opportunity to speak to in my area, some have quit. Why have they quit? Because it's not safe, as they say, in the classroom. They got kids acting out. They can't teach the other children. They feel threatened. I know one of my best friend's daughter was threatened at knife point in the classroom in Omaha. So this is not like far away. This is very close to us. This is what's happening. When we have these things, we have to say, what is the solution? Are we even looking at this? Are we even considering what the impacts are of allowing these things? One of the questions we were repeatedly asked in the testimony
1 minute.
was, why has this not been addressed by law? Because there's a loophole. A loophole means a wiggle room. Librarians are exempt from that. So in a library, they can hand out whatever they want to our children, and you cannot prosecute them by law. But if I did that, I'm prosecutable by law. So what will we do to protect our children and hear the voice of the parents that I'm hearing in every school board meeting that I go to? Why don't we have a say? We limit books because there's a plethora of books that cannot fit in a library on any school campus. So all books are always limited. So stop and think and say, what can I do to ensure the environment is physiologically and psychologically safe for children and learning can be optimized? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Linda.
That concludes our public comment period. We will now return to additional business. The next item that was removed from the consent agenda, 5.3.A. Jacqueline, do you have a motion?
I do. I move to authorize the commissioner to review the contracts with partners for the school mental health project to address mental health needs of students and staff across Nebraska.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to authorize the commissioner to renew the contracts with partners for school mental health project to address mental health needs of students and staff across Nebraska. Discussion.
Thank you, Madam President. I pulled this matter off of the consent agenda because I thought that it was a matter worth discussing as a board. Also, I have some questions that I would hope that we could get addressed, particularly as this has been a topic of conversation recently. On the proposed agenda item rationale, right around the middle, it says that the proposed project aligns with the first priority area of ESSER focus. mental health supports, interventions to support student and staff social, emotional well-being, and mental health. And so I was wondering if a staff member or maybe you, Commissioner, would be prepared or could answer a question about what we are hoping for this to address as it relates to that particular priority area and focus.
As Zainab Rita comes forward, I think I can address it in a big picture way. It's my understanding that this is a response to providing mental health services to school districts throughout the state through our ESUs. So the specifics, I think I should turn over to Zainab and not guess at.
All right. Greetings. To your question, Jacqueline, when we received the ESSER funds, the first thing that we did the need assessment. So we asked the stakeholders and conducted many focus group. So the first priority it was addressing mental health during COVID. So what we did, and through this contract, basically alone we cannot do all that work. So we did contract or partner with ESUs, and we worked with 15 different ESUs across the state, and to work on addressing the mental health in our schools. So basically, NDE, we provided training, evidence-based to ESUs. So I'll give you an example of the training that they receive about the foundation of school mental health, teaming, need assessment, mental health screening, mental health promotional for all, which is tier 1, early intervention and treatment, which is tier 2 and 3, and funding and sustainability, how they're going to sustain that fund after the ESSER fund is pretty much ending. And then the impact, how we're going to impact that. So we also evaluate this process. We have the process evaluation and the impact evaluation. Then the ESUs basically put together a plan and present it to NDE, including a plan like how many school districts they will work with, and they conduct also need assessment with the schools. So based on each plan, the school district, they plan, okay, here are the area that we would like to address. So the ESUs provide the training and technical assistance. So that's basically the plan that we address in the mental health regarding the ESSER fund.
So there have been a lot of conversations that have occurred about social emotional well-being and learning. And so when we're using that term in this context, specifically as it relates to mental health, can you tell me how we are using these supports, or how we're using the funds to support social emotional well-being? How are we if you can, how are we interpreting that as a department of what we're providing to students and what we're hoping that classrooms get?
I like what Dr. Maher, I think you mentioned at the NDE day, that it's how we take care of our kids, basically. That's what we refer to SEL. But in general, like we help the educators to how to de-escalate crisis when it's, what are the strategies to de-escalate crisis, to learn about the signs and symptoms of mental health, what are the signs and symptoms, and the third component, that how they can locate the right resources at the right time to provide it to the students and their parents as well. So those are the components that we would like from the educators to have that skills and knowledge in order to address the mental health.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Any other questions for Zainab? Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Zainab.
Thank you.
It has been moved and seconded to authorize the Commissioner to renew contracts with partners for the school mental health project to address mental health needs of students and staff across Nebraska. Will the recording secretary please call the roll?
Jones?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Morrison?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
Fricky?
Yes.
Kojons?
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas. The vote is in the affirmative to authorize the Commissioner to renew the contracts with partners for the school mental health project to address mental health needs of students and staff across Nebraska. Next item is 5.3.E. Jacqueline?
I move to authorize the Commissioner to renew a contract with M-Space and Lovegren to continue a public engagement campaign for Step Up to Quality.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to authorize the Commissioner to renew a contract with M-Space Lovegren to continue public engagement campaign for Step Up to Quality. Discussion.
Yes. So I want to provide context and then ask a question. So we have been debating or having conversations in the executive committee about one, limits. So what's the amount of money or a contract amount that has to come before the board? And so currently that's $50,000, and there has been, I don't want to say requests, but conversations of whether or not that amount should be increased. The second conversation that we are having is what's the process when we've already approved a contract and it's a renewal? How much involvement do we as a board want to be in the renewal? And then the third, I would say, kind of question is what comes forward on the consent agenda and what should be its own separate action item. I don't think we have a consensus quite yet in the executive committee about what our recommendation to the board will be. However, when I saw this particular item, and I want to make it clear to M-Space and Lovegren, to Elizabeth Murphy, I don't have a problem with them as a entity we're contracting with, but I saw here, if you guys had looked, and I scrolled down a bit, that it says this is the third contract awarded as a result of a request for proposals. And so it looks to me that this item went out for an RFP in somewhere around 2020. And so this would be our third time potentially renewing, I suppose, this contract. And so it's not absolutely clear to me on when something's a new contract versus a renewal. We have a policy as well about the department only signing really one-year contracts, but there are times when we are potentially committed for longer periods. Let's say with our assessment tool, we wouldn't just commit to 1 year. And so as we debate this larger issue of contract amounts, contract renewals, consent agenda, action item, I wanted to kind of understand this particular contract's process, it being a renewal, and what's different than if this were a 1-year contract versus if it were a 2-year contract, or when would it stop? What's the limit to how many times it would come to the board for a renewal? And how many times can it come to us on the consent agenda as a renewal before it has to come back as a full? I suppose it's still an action item, but as its separate action item as something that is on the board. So Ryan, if you could, I don't know, I threw a lot of information out there, but I'm just hoping for the collective board to hear some of this because it'll be informative as the executive committee weighs in on that policy change we're looking at. Commissioner, if you want to answer this without Ryan, you can go ahead too.
No, I was really excited that you asked Ryan to step forward.
And I'd request that Brian Halstead be on deck in case we get too deep. Now, if you have your board member manual, turn behind bylaw. I know you're all looking on your computer, so you can access it there. In the bylaws on bylaw 3, meetings. This is where the consent agenda policy is, and I think some of this gets to Mrs. Morrison's questions, and so start with it there as I heard your questions. So currently, we're on page 8, under the consent agenda procedures. Any contract that's $50,000 or over has to be approved by the board. And so then in parentheses behind that, first-time contracts of $50,000 or more are placed on the agenda as a regular action item, and renewals of such contracts may only be a consent agenda item for 5 consecutive times thereafter. So year 1, we'd put that through usually Budget and Finance Committee. Practice with assessment contracts is that those go through planning and evaluation, but then 5 times after it can go on the consent agenda. There have been some instances where, so let me pause there and say on the 1-year policy, that's an internal policy. That's not a board-directed policy that we typically sign 1-year contracts. And Bryce or Brian could speak to more of the reasons around that. Sometimes we will come to the board, though, or have come to the board and asked for board approval for 2 years for a certain contract. That's less common, but it has happened a few times in the last few years. Does that answer all of your questions?
We had talked about because there are times when, and I'm trying to make sure I have it right because I don't want to confuse people, but there are times when we may have a federal grant and we may be federally obligated to contract with a particular business for a couple years, or we made a representation to a federal entity that this is the contractor, and so we don't really have discretion in going back out, finding someone else and things like that. And so in that case, our discretion of whether or not to bid something out or to find someone else is limited. Am I right, or can you elaborate on that a little bit? Because I think that's also a slightly different circumstance, or it could be different than our 1-year contracts.
I'm recalling, like and I'm going to look to Brian Bryce, and I'm thinking even about maybe Amy Roan, who's responded to this recently, but I think there are some times when we write into a plan what that service would be, who the provider would be, but others would be able to speak to more details on that.
So Brian Halstead, Jacqueline, what you're speaking to, the example would be where department staff have applied for a federal grant, and the federal grant has certain requirements in it for anyone to receive it. The most common one, I think, how are you going to evaluate the effectiveness of this? And sometimes that's whereby to get partnership into the grant, because it's not just the department applying for it, it's other entities that are interested in it, that the grant may specify we will use blank university planning and policy, whatever, to do the evaluation of this or whatever. In that situation, if we get awarded the grant, we're mandatorily required to contract with that entity to do the evaluation of the grant work. And there may be a few other federal grants. That one's probably more driven by the grant application and the requirements of that. Some of these, I don't know for the item that you pulled here, the CCDF funds, those are, as I recall, these are funds actually that DHHS gives to us to do work in an area for which this is a piece of it using those funds. I don't know whether of this company was listed in that or not. I think it's probably more, the department then went out to try to figure out how are we going to, I think this one, get better input, better communication, and all of those items for which that vendor was selected to help them. So it's not the same. This one I don't think that you pulled is the same as the example of where a federal grant, it was written in there that we will partner with these entities. And then when we get the grant, we are required, because of the policy, if we're going to contract with those entities to do the work, we have to do a contract.
So Brian, two questions. One, let's suppose, and we're talking about the federal, okay, I'm going to back up and talk to the board, and then I'm going to ask you a question. One of the things we're being asked to do, or had been asked to do, at least when I was in budget committee, and now it's come to the executive committee, is to increase the limit of the $50,000 because of the amount of contracts that are coming before the board, the amount of paperwork that entails, et cetera. But there are other items that are still coming to the board that, in my opinion, may just be moot issues. So like, for instance, with these federal contracts, if we have to be, if we're obligated to sign up with this university partner who's doing a study over 4 years, but that particular contract has to come back to the board every 4 years, I'm wondering, are there other opportunities to reduce the paperwork or the amount of contracts that come before the board, other than just solely looking at the dollar amount? And so with that particular question or instance, Brian, if we had a federal partnership, or if we wrote something into a grant, it's my understanding the department would still only sign a 1-year contract. Or could the department have a policy to sign a longer contract so that it only has to come to the board once? Or if it did come to the board, would it be coming to us, let's say it's over $50,000, as an action item each time, or on the consent agenda? But either way, you're still having to write up all the paperwork. I asked you a lot. First question, could the department have a policy, change their policy about the length of contracts if there's something that you can't change about it? The second question is, if something like that was coming to the board and it's over $50,000, how would it come to us today?
So in response to the first question, and Dr. Ford was right, internally we have told staff you can only contract for 1 year unless you get a waiver from the commissioner or a deputy commissioner to that time period duration. The rationale for the 1-year limitation is somewhat tied to funding, since as we only have 2 years' worth of authority to spend any money in a given period of time, so you start doing 10-year contracts. Well, what are you going to do if you don't have all the money for all 10 years? Because you legally bind yourself when you sign long-term, you're committed to that. But we certainly could re-examine how we've written the internal administrative memorandum. 110 is what it is, where it states in there it's only 1 year. And you've seen numerous, I think here recently, numerous ones which it's a 2-year contract, because we know that's how long it's going to take. This is the work it's going to take, and there's no sense just breaking it into 2, because that's how long it takes to do the work. So I think that one is an internal discussion that I'm sure under goal number 2 you've set for the commissioner on internal processes and everything we'll be looking at. And it is one of the things that we've been engaging on, just on the internal, trying to modernize procurement requirements so that it's more understandable to staff and yet still gets us the best vendors to do the work that needs to be done. So that would be in response to that. As the bylaw is now written, if the contract or the grant is more than $50,000 and it's the first time the board is seeing it, it's an action item. If it's going to be coming back again in a second or a third renewal for additional work, then it would be a consent agenda item the way it's currently worded here, limiting that though to you can only do that 4 times as a consent agenda item before then it has to go back to being an action item if it's still being renewed for the 6th year. And there are a few entities we contract with over a longer duration of time. The current information system we use to manage all grants with school districts and educational service units is a vendor we've been using since the first part of this century. Several years ago, we did a request for information. See, is there anybody else out there who does this work? And lo and behold, there was one other company who did it besides us, so we continue to renew that because it's an information system that would, if you shifted to a new vendor, there's a whole number of issues that go on with it. Some on the board might remember we updated the teacher certification online system to a new vendor, and anytime you change vendors and new systems, there's bugs that come through that, not just because it exists that way. So that's why you've probably, I think next month you're going to see renew a contract with Collier for the school nutrition program, because that's how they manage all of their data, collect all their information, and process all their payments. You don't do an RFP every 5 years because those are major data systems you're purchasing.
So one last question, I believe. Is there anything that prevents us from, as a board, saying we're approving this contract and authorizing 1 renewal or 2 renewals, and then you wouldn't have to bring it to us for those 2 renewals that we've authorized, and then after that 3 years is up, then you'd have to bring it to us. Just because that's an internal policy with the department, that doesn't have to be our board. Is there anything that forces that year, that annual requirement on the board? Can we give prior authorization with something we know is likely to be renewed in the spirit of reducing the paperwork or helping the department to be more efficient in things we know are likely going to be renewed?
You certainly could authorize a greater period of time for the use of the vendor and the funds, even if it's going to be a series of contracts, because each year brings different work the contractor's doing. So it's possible that the agenda item, I'm just going to make it up, authorizes the commissioner to contract with X, Y, and Z for this project, and the commissioner has authority to renew this contract up to 5 additional times for a set period. Yes, you could do that in the initial instead of how it may have been done in the past of, nope, it's got to be on the agenda by the end of the month, otherwise we don't have a contract with them. It can be done. I think that's the board knowing what it's doing when it's doing it, and I know you all do, and some of the items you've seen, you've given multi-year authority on expending funds for certain activities, so that can be done in that regard. We might want to look at the language in the bylaw here about agenda items, because you don't want to write something specific here that negates what you do in a broader authorization.
Melody, do you feel that you want to come forward to explain specific to the agenda item? Thank you.
think I forgot to introduce myself earlier, but I'm Melody Hobbs, and I'm the administrator for the Office of Early Childhood. And it sounded like that your question was about more the process. So, yeah, this is, and Brian had mentioned this was from CCDF funds. And the Child Care Development Funds come from Health and Human Services. And in fact, on the consent agenda, there's another item to allow us to contract with them for another year for them to give us funds. So they are CCDF funds, and specifically to your question, those funds, while we provide a large kind of overview budget, it is not written in there that for the CCDF dollars, that we will fund with M-Space Love Grant. They know that we're following state procurement rules, and as long as we're meeting our goals, and we do have some goals that we have for this contract, as well as the other work that we do for Step Up to Quality, then that's not part of what their agreement is with us. Did that answer your question? Okay. There. All right. Thank you.
All right. No other discussion or questions? It has been moved and seconded for the Commissioner to renew a contract with M-Space Plus Love Granto to continue a public engagement campaign for Step Up to Quality. The recording secretary, please call the roll.
Fricke? Yes. Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Kojohns? Kojohns?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Morrison?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
8 yes.
Votes are 8 yeas. The vote is in the affirmative to authorize the Commissioner to renew the contract with M-Space plus Love Granto to continue a public engagement campaign for Step Up to Quality. We have completed Agenda Item 7. We will move to Agenda Item 8.2. Submitted written public comments are attached in the electronic meeting agenda for the board and the public to review. Agenda Item 9.1, 9.2. These are items for information for the board, so they are purely written reports to the board and information items. Agenda Item 10 is good of the order. This section of the agenda is intended for board members to offer informal observations of the work of the State Board. Board members may make brief announcements about attendance at future events for the purpose of informing other board members. No business or motions or suggested actions of the board may be offered at this point in the agenda, nor should board members engage in substantive discussion about other agenda items or introduce new agenda items. Is there anything for the good of the order? Seeing none, thank you to those who attended in person and who tuned in to the broadcast. The next meetings of the State Board of Education are scheduled for September 7 and 8, 2023 in Aurora, Nebraska. The August 4th, 2023 State Board meeting is adjourned.